هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمان.
And we are back, everybody. It has been an amazing day so far. I mean, we only saw one match, but there are more matches to come. And with that said, my name is JT, and with me is Peach and Pika. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're doing great. We're good.
You can tell by the sound of their voice, they're enjoying their time.
Yeah. we are.
But there's one thing I really wanted to talk to you guys about, and that is, you know, sometimes Valorant skins are so nice, but the thing is, people tend to spend too much skins.
That's true. There's a lot of people I know that would go broke just to buy games, which is, or not games, sorry, to buy skins, which is not a very smart thing to do.
I'm one of those people, unfortunately.
We have a confession.
yes, we do. And I'm proud of that, honestly.
Honestly, guys, we just want to tell you to, spend carefully when you're gaming, Yeah. It's just pixels, guys.
Yeah.
Just be careful.
I mean, I understand. Like, oh, it's shiny. It has a cool kill animation. Like, all of these sort of things. Like, they're flashy. Like, there's a certain point in time in my life where I bought every skin that had the kill animation in every single gun.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, so it's cool. And some people even put it, like, color-coded. But, of course, at the end of the day, you have to be practical.
Yeah.
If it's money that you can spend, that you should do it. But if you overspend without having, like, do for your daily necessities, your rent, money for food and stuff like that, then you have to be careful. Like, yes, they're nice, but like what Peach said,
spend responsibly, basically.
Yeah.
It's just pixels at the end of the day.
I found it as an investment.
Oh,
It can be.
Yeah.
It can be to a certain extent.
Yeah, I find it that way. True.
So what do we have now? We have a game.
yes, we do. I believe who are the player or teams we're going to be watching today. I know that one of them has a very interesting team name. In case do you still remember?
You don't want to say the name.
I don't want to say the name.
Okay, right now we have Baz Esports versus insert blue guy emoji.
Okay, give me an imagination. How does insert blue guy emoji looks like?
I
for you
think
guys?
it's that blue emoji that's just like standing that.
Yeah, I
I think
so
it's that.
too.
It's that emoji probably. What do you think?
Don't ask me. I don't use blue emojis.
Oh.
But I would love to see it. Maybe you could ask one of the players later on, like, what is exactly insert blue guy emoji is? And judging on how things are going to be going, we should also talk about Baz Esports. I mean, the one and only Mashuka. He's here again.
The dude's Immortal 3 currently, I guess. And he was last year competing in the tournament, and he was pretty good, in my opinion. I found him really amazed, like he did really good.
Yeah, and that's what I also want to say, because I've been casting ever since the very beginning of Dubai Police Esports, and he has been a household name in this, I guess, tournament or in the editions of Dubai Police Valorant, where we do see him get better and better. And maybe this time around, this might be his moment to win it out. But with that said, everybody, we're going to throw it all to the casters. That is it for us. You guys, you all got this.
Thank you so much, JT. And yes, welcome back to the casters. It's me, Ramon, and Sunbi for our second game of the day. It will be Baz Esports versus insert blue guy emoji. And because they didn't say it on, or didn't show it on the panel, I'm going to do it for you guys. That's actually how it looks like.
Exactly. Literally, like, that's the one. That's what it looks like.
That's exactly it. That's the presentation we got for you guys watching all at home as well as in the venue as we speak. But something that we also got to consider is that one of these teams actually has a returning player himself, which JT has just shown us. It is Mashuka. Mashuka has been a top performer on the Dubai Police Esports tournament, and it's lovely to see him back on the shelf as well. Actually, back on the roster to see him play will be a delightful treat Definitely not for his opponents though, because literally this guy loves to frag out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they have a name they can bring to themselves. They can bring to the table for Dubai Police Esports, and we're gonna see two amazing teams play it out today. What are you looking forward? What are you excited about, Gramon?
I just want to see a corrode map, man. That's really the
Yeah,
only thing that I'm watching out for. I
you
want
really
to
love
see
Corrode.
I want to see if Mashoka can actually step up to the plate right now. Because the last time that this guy has been performing, he has overperformed by the likes of it as well. As it's taking a look at their agent compositions, double
Mhm.
Ini, possibly a possibility for them. A chamber in the mix as well. Interesting because he just got buffed recently in one of the current patches right now,
Yes.
Sunbi.
No, definitely. There's a lot of, let's say, a lot of updates for each agent. And for for example, Neon, we have Phoenix, we have Waylay, especially Waylay and Arena. But now that you mention it, it seemed like other than it's just Chamber who has, well, buffed. She got buffed. And now I'm just very curious to see what map we're gonna see these agent compositions play. I'm very looking forward to Corrode. As much as I don't like that map, I really want to see how they
Mhm.
play out in a professional scene. Is that Sage?
It is Sage.
Arrowhead Enjoyer. She's gonna play Sage. I
Mm-hmm.
wonder. Sage is an underrated agent, man. Like what people say about Sage? No. Oh, okay.
Okay,
It
what did
doesn't
they
go
say?
Sage.
What did they say about Sage? What did they say about
Lotus.
Sage?
They say, "Oh, Sage sucks. Is that good for pro competition?"
Mm,
No, 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 no. Just
mm,
it depends how you play Sage. It
okay,
just.
okay.
But I think the map was Lotus. I
It
think
is. It
it was
is.
Lotus. Yes, Lotus, the map that I love with a passion. I just love
Okay.
Lotus. There's just something beautiful about the map and how you can just. It's three sites. I like it when maps are like three sites because you gotta run around, gotta play around. There's
True.
so much to take them by surprise.
True. True. Just also an open opportunity for them to actually get some more space going. Like you can see that some teams like to
Hmm.
start on the B site to try to get some
Yeah.
separation between the two sites in between it, like C and A, where you normally expect the only sentinel to be on C site, but an active rubble push will always try to catch any attacking team off guard, right? Which it's always been the bread and butter and the milk and potatoes of every single Lotus map that we've seen on broadcast as well. But we're looking for some innovation to see if somebody can actually try to get them by surprise, try to get us by surprise, really. Because by the
Hmm.
agent compositions that we got, I think I saw Vice right there as well, which has always risen up to the popularity in a lot of the maps that we have in the map pool right now, particularly on Lotus as well, where you can always rely on Vice to either be a really strong lurker, but a very strong sentinel when it comes to holding down the sites. You got a flash that you can actually hold for info, and normally if you actually put a lot of trust in the Vice, she will always deliver. So hopefully, we do see a lot more of that Vice usage coming up in the Dubai Police Esports tournament as a whole. But it's going to be that Lotus map as we mentioned for this second game. So Team Baz Esports versus Insert Blue Guy Emoji is going to start up in just a short while, Sunbi.
Yes, absolutely. And, it's just great to see how these agents will pull this out for the map Lotus. Because here's the thing, like you mentioned that you can start with B and then you can scatter. However, you could also there's also an option where people or players would usually go through A, like they go through A
Yeah.
rubble or hide from A routes and then go towards A main, A link, then to B site. So, that's like a usual predictable play if they want to quickly switch things up a little. And the best thing about being the attacker side for Lotus is that there are a lot of places you can put around if you have, if
Mm-mm.
you really bring yourself out as a central or especially KO. So I'm very, excited
Mm-mm.
to see how this
Uh,
will play out, knowing that this is just a best of one, but best of one is enough to see those cool games play. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
yeah, I'm not really high on the KO for Lotus. I think I'm more of like a breach enjoyer. That kind of comes to the utility. Overall, I'm just loving the innovation for any type of these team
Mhm.
competitions. Like,
You play Vice? What do you mean? Vice is great. Vice is like the new meta now. Like they can like she's everywhere. Like everywhere you go,
mm,
everywhere you walk. So but yes,
the-
I'm
it's just
looking
the way
forward to this.
it's just the way you said it. It's just amazing. You know, yeah, it's Sunbeat, ladies and gentlemen. The first time that we're actually gonna be seeing her on broadcast. So how's your time been at the Dubai Police Esports server? I mean, clearly you got one game on your rep. How's the environment for you so far? You liking the venue? You like what you see? It's also one of the first few times that we've seen the panel actually get into this.
Yeah. I mean, it's so great. Like Dubai Police Esports, it's an amazing environment, you know. Like I really appreciate the production team as well. Big ups to them. Like it's not
Shout out
easy to
Wiston.
yes, it's not easy to be in a production team. And you can see right now, Baz Esports and insert blue emoji. That was the emoji, by the way. That's what it looked like. And ladies
That's
and gentlemen,
exactly it.
today, Baz Esports versus insert blue guy emoji as attacking team and Baz Esports on a defending team.
Yep. And it's a one-way to boot to try to get themselves that mount control. 3 players stacked up. Already fighting for that mount space. Paranoia out. Prowler also in the mix. They're trying to plump as much utility as possible. And make this a bit more of an effortless push for them. But it's a lot of util in hand. That's also Scars on the off angle. Great things gets himself the first shot. And that also will be their first blood coming back into the seaside.
Absolutely. It seems like they're going back towards it. And with a Vice and a Fade for Baz Esports, they could really utilize their utilities right now. And it seems like insert blue emoji is taking things slow as time is not running out yet, but it might not be enough if they don't quickly pull this out, but that smoke placement, it's great.
It's great. No paranoia, nothing. Just that one smoke to try to cut off their rotation. Pushing on in from the waterfall. They hear the footsteps. They know that they're coming to the seaside.
30
So
seconds left.
will be a 5 versus 4 retake for Baz Esports. As blue guy emoji start things strong yet again. That will be 2 for nothing. Scars. Headshot found onto the Omen. They plant the spike gun down though, so objective has been confirmed. Into a push onto the waterfall side. Great things gets a double, a triple from the Vice, and that will be an explosive start on the pistol round.
Thanks.
That a great early play for the side of Baz Esports, and how they retook that site was they were patient with it. They didn't feel they were, you know, how do I say, they didn't like panic, you know, they didn't really panic when it comes to trying to retake, knowing they're facing an enemy. I mean, take a look at that replay. That great crosshair placement and timings that they utilized. And this time, look at their positioning for insert blue guy emoji. They're gonna opt for a scatter, maybe a scatter, compared to nobody's looking at B right now, but it seemed like it's gonna be probably quick for Baz Esports Vice.
I mean, they do have a wall. They get some the info. Trying to get that rubble control yet again. That's 4 people trying to stack up against it. They do have all the weapons that they have in their arsenal, plus the wall from the Vice on the B site. So they have at least that layer of defense. Iroha Enjoyer spotted thanks to the Prowler. So they're all thinking about every single extremity at this point. He noted B also with 3 players on the defense. And the A site also held down by just 1 player alone.
Yeah, I mean, I like how the smoke placement was there from A top down to A root. It you know, it prevents them from giving that information they need.
Yep. Push on in. Yaki, 1, 2, and 3 kills from the Omen. A Guardian in his hand. And it's more than enough. A 5 versus 1 in a blink of an eye. As Adam, the last man standing, has 4 bullets in the Headhunter. And will not use any of it. That Scars with the martial shot. A flawless to get themselves a 2-0. That's 2 flawlesses in a row, if I have to say so right now.
Exactly. I mean, the way they played out throughout this round was really great. I mean, take a look at that replay. Like, Yaki with a crosshair placement and the Paranoia didn't get him. So that gave them, he gave that opportunity for them to take them down. So it was a really, really great play for the side of Baz Esports, putting another point up on the board.
Yeah, at least they now know that the wall is perched up on the B site. So clearly they're coming into the stack of C without the sheer wall actually coming up. Jason Adam surprising them with just one shot. Scars knocked down to the ground into an early 1-for-0, which honestly is a great lurk opportunity as he's hunking down for just one more kill. Hiding inside the wall, gets a double kill, and Nabs will get the 2-for-1. That's damage done. Hero Enjoyer tries to go onto the site, but that is one hell of an entry. Hero Enjoyer was the bait, and Maggie just comes on in with a swing.
Absolutely. I mean, take a look at their positioning right now. While Viper from Insert Blue Guy Emojis making their way up to C. And free site, by the way, and they don't even know where they could be planting. Like, Baz Esports has no idea, but that leads them to a conclusion that they are planted at C. And the question lies here, will they be passive in retaking, or will they be playing things differently this time? Since for the past few rounds, 2 rounds actually, the way they retake, it's patient. They don't panic when they do that. So as you can see, look at that. Smoke placement from Viper. A well-placed smoke, actually. Now the time. Spike. It's taking by pretty fast. Seems like they're going to opt for back out.
A lot of wasted time. Paranoia out as well. Yaki and Nabs are coming in at the last possible second. Marshy with a very good exit frag into the 2-1 in favor of Insert Blue Guy Emoji in this round in particular. Nabs is just going to get swallowed up by the spike to get them the 1 round on the board that they got in their arsenal.
Definitely. Now, it seemed like they just, I think the point that they were at backside, they just wanted to clear that out just to make sure they, they didn't miss out on potential threats they could face later on. But so far, they've been really great. Baz Esports and Insert Blue Guy Emoji, they finally have a point up, and now the momentum is definitely on their side. And if you take a look at their positioning right now, with the same Viper smoke placement, it will do wonders for them if their plan will work out as usual.
Yeah, and it's not particularly for the Viper itself, it's for Adam too. So you particularly have 2 lurkers as well. So you have 2 things to worry about. The active 3-man push that Insert Blue Guy Emoji have in their arsenal, plus 2 lurkers as well. So you have somebody just trying to bait out the sheer wall. You also have somebody trying to bait out the triple man push on Rubble as well. So many things to take into account as Baz Esports are trying to get some info.
No, yeah, I get that. Like, look where they are right now. They are still playing with time as what they do as usual. Like 50 seconds is nothing for Insert Blue Guy Emoji, and that leaves Baz Esports wondering where they could be, because it seemed like they're unpredictable. Because right now, look, they're stacking up at A, and with the smoke probably up right now, they don't know where they are, denying information that Baz Esports needs as defenders. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Well, now they gave their location away now.
And because Yaki is also the Omen, he can't really be in a position to get some info, try to get the fight in, because he's the controller at the end of the day. He's going to give up the spike attempt on the A site as well. So the plan coming down for Insert Blue Guy Emoji. 5v5 retake makes it 35 seconds for them to play this retake this time around. Scars dropping in towards the drop position. As everybody coming from the heaven spot, great things and Scars, they get 2 of the picks that they need. Marshy and the Strokes. These are controllers just controlling the battlefield, but great things gonna swing it out to get themselves a 3 versus 2. The Strokes already getting himself nabs. It's all gonna be down to 1 versus 2. Only dropping down, seeing if he can get the flick, but in the end, Yaki will get shut down by Adam into the 2-2. The retake did not work out in the end.
Exactly. And I think it was quite unfortunate how that played out, since it seemed like Baz Esports, they all went together as a pack from A top down, then some of them were in A drop. So that kind of leaves them in that tight spot where they have no choice but to keep flicking around or try to do that counter strafe. But, of course, they pulled it off, Insert Blue Guy Emoji, and now it's a 2-2.
Just surprising their opponents, kind of like the Blue Guy Emoji that they have on their team logo, as Adam's also going to get picked off by Nabs. but he does take the Omen down with them. So that's a huge pick, right? That's the controller in place for Adam the Lurker, who honestly only needed that one pick to actually get irrelevant notice as they open the door off. C-Site now on notice as well. Great Things does not have the money to buy the wall, so nothing's going to separate Ero and Joyer to get the wall open, and the Strokes even killing off the only anchor on site.
Yes, and now the spike has been planted. With how Baz Esports might probably retake, I honestly think that they're going to opt for another passive way.
Absolutely. As the Strokes, he expects Mashuka. That's already the star player down, so Baz Esports really is playing with nothing at this point. Just one Vandal in their arsenal. But it is Mashuka at the end of the day. But will the Rays do everything in his power to turn the tables on their favor? Bring on to the smoke as Scars is down for the count. Nabs, the only man alive, does get himself one. But it is an impossible 1v3. Picks up the Vandal, but it's not going to be enough. That is 3 people staring at his face. 3-2 for insert blue guy emoji.
And that brings another point on the board. And I feel like with Baz Esports, it might change a little if they try to find a different type of strategy, that instead of playing too much with the time they have to retake, maybe things might change if they could probably utilize the utilities they could have. I mean, they have a Fade, they have a Vice, they could push it up a little instead of like, because I know retaking is quite difficult for them.
It is, definitely is, as they now get themselves rebel control. They realize that Mashuka is already in the vicinity, but does TP himself back to safety. Nabs getting himself the shot on Marshy. They now expect the Viper lurking around the B-side shadows as they will get themselves the early 1-0. A-side now at the notice for insert blue guy emoji. They realize that the Viper is not going to be within their arsenal. Trying to get the pick off somewhere else. Hero and Joyer is going to lead the pack. And Nabs hungry for the taking. That'll be the head. His head on a swivel. And so 4 versus 4, where you don't even know that Mashuka is already inside of the site. They get themselves a Nightfall. He does get spotted by multiple people. No gate crash available. He's gonna be dead in the water. Scars picking up the Strokes. That won't be the showstopper. And they also spot grading, so that's gonna be 2 in a blink of an eye for Scars. A triple from the Rays, blowing them out of the water into a 3-2 scoreline.
These two teams are a neck-to-neck with each other. Just 1 point from one team and then another point. It's like the tension is there. I think what Peach said, it might happen. We're gonna see a very tense game today, considering they have been doing pretty well. Like, of course, Baz Esports have been upping their game since losing to that recent round by utilizing their utilities pretty great. And now, hopefully this time, will things stay the same or will things stay different?
Yeah. Adaptation, definitely the name of the game this time. Now they try to hunker down on that B site. They bait out the Vice Wall, prompting the separation of that A site defense that they got from Rebel. As with the TP, now he has support over to Great Things. That also prompts insert blue guy emoji to actually go back to the drawing board.
Well, take a look at their positioning right now. Slowly making their way to that area, waiting for the perfect moment.
Showstopper out for a row. Enjoyer will speak himself. Scars will be revenge from the previous round, but they still will get the plant down. 4 versus 5. It's 2 players from C-Link. They can't get themselves an open entry because of the Viper utility. Snake Bite as well as the Poison Orb, buying a lot of time for them to reposition. Paranoia for the Strokes. Just see if we can get the open entry, but Marshy denied from the Viper's pit. Yaki at the right place at the right time, but not enough against Maggie. Double kill for him, and a triple for Maggie for good measure. The spike in full defense for the side of Blue Guy Emoji, as they will get themselves the 4th round win.
That denial for Viper's pit was crazy. If that were not to happen, maybe things might have been different for the side of Baz Esports, because when Viper's spit is online, it covers the entire B site.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that had been denied, and that quickly changes the pace of the game. And you know what I realized too? When they rush, it takes Baz Esports by surprise. And that's how they earn a point.
Mashuka. Ooh, that's 3P. people a little bit too ambitious for him to peek it down. No support, nothing. Just one gun and a dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare for the lone Yoru player into the 4 versus 5.
Uh-huh. And now they have a free site to themselves. And Baz Esports, 3 of them stuck in that corner, in that elbow.
Ooh, what a flick. The Strokes gets himself scars as Yaki will make it a 1-for-1 trade-off. 3v4, blind coming through, great things. He's struggling to get the pick up, but in the end, he does get himself Adam. It's all down to just a 1v2 from Meggy. He's done this before, and it's done it again, Nabs! What a shot onto Raw Enjoyer. 20 HP in a lifetime, but Maggie just secures it with an easy shot to the body. A 5-2 for insert blue guy emoji.
If only they could have waited for a few seconds before pushing directly on site, maybe he could have survived that shot. But look at that, Nabs. A great kill for the side of insert blue emoji. But of course, their economy is doing pretty good. They could opt for Vandals compared to Baz Esports, where they have to save up or risk it all, because if they earn that point, they can get really good stuff.
They do, they can. And they're going back to what has been for the previous rounds now. 3, 2, 1 setup. Now the Viper has a little bit more support from the Fade. Marshy spotted, and Yaki is gonna collect. Strokes gets himself a double kill. What an explosive 2K from the Omen on the attacking side. Has able to obliterated the whole C-site defense, but great things. Takes a little bit more of that effort, but eventually will kill off Adam. 2v2 in an instant. 2 low HP members come crossing against them. It will be that C-site where the From the Shadows is going to collect the Strokes and the objective.
And they don't even know that Baz Esports are making their way. Nabs taking him by surprise.
And it's all been down to just the 1v2 from the Strokes. Already collected a double kill, has to end on a 4K. It does not work out in the end. Only secures 1. But it was not a wide swing from the second player, so the prediction was not found. And it will be another round for the defensive side.
Yes, I think the bait was a good play. And let me take a look at the replay. Almost! Adam almost got away. I mean, take a look at it with Nabs. Nabs has been doing pretty great as defense. I mean, as Fade, the initiator, you have the power to gather information for your teammates, and that is already enough for the map of Lotus, because Lotus is a big map. And with Fade's hunt, you need every information that your teammates could possibly get from.
Absolutely. 45. Row Enjoyer leading the pack, but he does get surprised. He gets tracked in the... He only goes in hand. That was the only rifle that they got that Bulldog not picked up. So many people on the defense. And even though they don't have the weaponry, as long as they have all the team that they have, and it's going to be more than enough of a defense. Meggy with the shot, ringing true to his name, Mashoka. Knocked down to the ground into a 4 versus 4 in an instant. Nightfall also invested, so really, it's been a hectic execute on towards that rubble control. And Scar's looking to double dip into this. Playing around the poison orb, seeing if he can get himself the advantage. Stinger in hand as well. Bulldog through, but Meggy and Marshy, they explode out of the A side into a 1 versus 4 for Device. And he's all the way to the other side of the map.
Baz Esports, greetings. You are far away, but now insert blue guy takes the side, dominating, and they know where he is. But wow, great! That crazy kill, but unfortunately, Strokes pulls him down, giving them another point on the board. I think Baz Esports probably needs to up their game a little in terms of defense. It seemed like they're quite struggling at the moment. At first, they were just like up topping each other, but right now, insert blue guy emoji has been dominating for the past few rounds, and maybe Baz Esports can think of a different strategy on how they could make their plays or their defense plays better.
Yeah. Just gotta analyze at the end of it. Once they get themselves comfortability, then it will be an easy time for them. Sheriffs, an eco round. Scar is struggling to get the pick, but eventually Nabs will provide support. finally lay down the shot on Marshy. Execute on hand for Ro Enjoyer. Already on the C site. Prompting a 5 versus 4 retake, but they do have all the ultis that they have. Dimensional Drift activated, but once they rush into Scars, it's not going to be a good time until the Strokes gets the double kill. Mashuka with that Sheriff makes it a 3 versus 2. Dimensional Drift, all the info given to them. Spots one and the other, just planting the spike on down. And Navs will make the impossible. 50 win coming off of just Sheriffs in the blink of an eye, 5-6.
There you have it. They are back 5-6. I think they're gonna up top each other once more because it's great that things went differently for that side of Baz Esports because all they needed to do was just gather information, and that dimensional drift was just enough. And it's really, really great to see that Baz Esports bringing things up to a notch and then giving them that point on the board, and it is just what they need to keep their momentum up. Let's take a look at that replay. Sure, bodies have been down left and right, but they were able to conquer. They were able to manage how to retake, considering they have less agents alive.
Yeah. It's a couple of replays from the previous rounds that we've got, just showing how close this first half has been. Coming off of good mechanics from Meggy and the rest of the squad, but we also got to mention that Ro Enjoyer has been pretty reliable when it comes to the entry. He hasn't been getting the most amount of kills. Really, the way that he's been doing this job has been more than just efficient. It's been more than satisfactory. It's been getting them the entries and the objectives that's letting the Strokes and Meggy actually pick up the pieces, so doesn't really need to do much other than to just come in,
Yeah, absolutely. And now if they win this round, Baz Esports 6-6, it might be a routine now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe for the Esports turn, but yeah, a lot of presence made on the C site. They spot one, but will they expect to be on the same side where he actually started the paranoia? Can't hear a damn thing. Great things that Yaki get 2 from Scars as Adam, he got laid down the shot. Ratings eventually will get himself Meggy, and it's all down to Adam. Started with a double kill, wall bang in hand. Nabs playing this comfortably right behind the mount position, waiting for the Yellow to strike on the other side, but they have no idea. They spot the barrel, they see the golden sniper all the way to the other side. Adam dealt with, because of the C's, he can't decide where to peek on down. They also hear where Mashuka is coming from, so all the tension in the world. Adam does not hit the shot, pulls up the headhunter, and it's not enough. Nabs will make it a 6-6 after a proactive defense on the mount position.
What was that play? They just rushed in towards C mound, C lobby. They definitely took blue emoji by surprise. I mean, that was unpredictable. I don't think they would have known that could happen. And because of that, Baz Esports just suddenly pushed like, surprise, I'm here, and just happy birthday. Yeah. And that changed the way of that game compared to the past few rounds for Baz. That is very surprisingly good.
Definitely a good start coming out for them, as it's now a 6-6 where insert blue guy emoji has already laid down a foundation from that first half, but Baz Esports now coming back into this becomes a more interesting second, as Mashuka is playing around the smoke that he's got. He thinks that somebody's going to proactively play around this, but I guess because of this, they're going to have 3 players hunkered down on that C side. This is going to be a very tough thing to do. They spot one, they see the other on top of the structure. So after seeing 2, they're just gonna go back. And Scars is just lucky to get themselves Maggie after the few shots. The utility is just gonna be enough to kill him off.
Yeah, with Yoru on site, almost on C mound. Adam, 4-4. It seems like they're gonna rotate back towards A, but they don't realize that Baz Esports, that insert blue guy emoji chamber is waiting. Adam is waiting for them.
Yeah.
But
Adam is just waiting over at that global control. Great things gets 1, and the Strokes is just waiting at the perfect timing into the 3 versus 3. Headshot found, B site wide open. There's no vice wall, nothing to stop them within their tracks as well.
30
Shuka
seconds
has a
left.
spike and he doesn't have anybody to support them as well. So really, it's just gonna come down to insert blue guy emojis, triple flank coming down onto the seams as well.
Mashuka, the only man on site, holding down his defenses for the team, while the rest of insert blue guy emoji is
Still
making their way towards B pillars, but they don't have any idea yet.
Yeah. And the Flip has most of his utility up as well, so they could just push all of the utility out on B main. The C's, the paranoia, that's everything in the kitchen sink now. It's all going down to the guns. All three players stacked up on C link. That's Morshi with a double. That's a 1v2 coming up to Yaki, and the Strokes is gonna save it. 7-6 for insert blue guy emoji. It was the triple flank, and it worked out in the end. Trust the process, says the defensive side.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an intense match. Like 6-7, and I bet it's gonna be 7-7 now. Like, take a look at that replay. Like, they are calm and collected, but they were just clean with the shots. It is remarkably insane, and hopefully, maybe this time, Baz Esports might get that point, and it's just gonna be the same over and over again. You know what? Ramon, I predict an overtime.
Ooh, bold statement. And you might have actually just jinxed one of these teams. We'll find out who.
Oh, man.
But after all, Caster Curse, it is actually alive and well, especially in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. But that's either here or there. And maybe I just reverse cursed it, so we'll see how it goes. As
Yes,
you're
the
just
one-way smoke.
putting the one mound 2 times in a row. They're putting a lot of priority angle on mound, and it's in good terms because that's so many outside of it, and they don't even have on what's to come here.
No, that is literally true. Another one-way smoke from the same place.
That's 3.
It just 3. It prevents them from pushing, and I think that is what Baz Esports need. Look at that. They're just playing time, taking things slow, but I think that would be enough for Baz Esports. Whoa.
Yeah.
Just a few
You
more
kind of tell
seconds.
that it's almost like they're overdoing everything because they know that they only have the pistols, so they're really trying to make this diligent. But Yaki gets himself that
30
one
seconds left.
shot in a row. Enjoy. Now they have to make it 2 times in a row. Maggie gets 1, but the spray's not enough. Mashuka and Gratings, they're turning the tables around them. The Strokes has the stinger. Bullets to kill off Yaki. It's all gonna be down to Adam.
Oh,
A
man.
1v3. She only had pistols to start. And the one man to try to do it all has to be the one guy who has the golden guns. And it's Adam. 150 HP.
Adam, once
8
again.
bullets in a dream for him. So maybe it's more than enough. Maybe something to behold in the next round. A lot of damage done thanks to the Outlaw. And with 1 shot, that's going to be more than enough for insert blue guy emoji. But not enough to try to save it against Baz Esports' first round on the board yet again on the second half.
30
That
seconds
is
left.
probably what I mean. Now it's 7-7, Ramon. it's a tight spot these two teams are in. Like, it's great. Adam alone once more, but unfortunately he fell to the hands of, well, insert blue guy emoji. They have been defending pretty well by making the Vice utils really, really strong, and it seemed like they just know how to, defend their sites, preventing from the teams to push.
Yeah. It's going to be noted. Adam spotted, and remember the TP is still active on the backside of things, so if they don't notice, then we have a second Kamashuka. It does spot out Adam next to the TP. The Stroke's able to get the right click in the hand. That's a second for Marshy. Hold on. Insert blue guy emoji has something to say about this round. Remember, they only had the Sheriffs and the Classics. Great things with the Outlaw. Gets a double kill as well. So that's 2 bullets with full value. And Yaki getting another on Marshy. It's all down to Iroha Enjoyer. What can he do with a 1v3?
Absolutely. With a classic on hand, by the way. While Nabs has a Vandal. The odds are quite low. There you have it. Baz cleaning that round, putting a point on the board, 8-7. But honestly, based on my observations for the past few rounds, they're gonna one up each other once more. So I predict, you know what, next round, insert blue guy emoji might get another point. It's gonna be 8-8. You know, the taps are very crazy for gradings, and like I've seen so far, dude, the one taps are just like, you know, like
I know, right?
spam W chat.
Yep. Time to jump. Guys, if you don't know, she's a voice actress and she just blessed us with a sound effect. She's been good at that. You know, this is prime Sunbee at her finest, and
oh my gosh,
it is pretty much a pleasure to actually have her in the casting desk, because not only is she a caster, she actually gives you a lot of good moments like this. You know, a lot of side effects, yeah, as we do actually get an execute. Paranoia out. The Mashuka's already inside of the site, so all that he's doing is trying to clear out the bend. But will he expect so many people on top of the C site? Maggie gets the first blood, ratings down, so that's the lurker gone on the B. Mashuka up, spots one, gets a double kill. Marshy and Adam, those are the two anchors. And unfortunately, the foundations are crumbling for the side of insert blue guy emoji. Make it one more as Eroa Enjoyer is gonna get shut down by Nabs as well. 2v4 in an instant right now.
Man, the pressure is on for the insert blue guy emoji. Look at their positions right now, and there you have it. Scars bringing Maggie down with a Vandal, and then cleans that out for Yaki. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That quick enough. Another point for Baz. Spam W's on the chat once more. Like, that was insane. That's an insane play, especially for Yoru. You know, this is what I love about this. Yoru is the best agent for this. Other than, well, obviously the TPs, but you can play around with the flashes. Like, take a look at those replays. It's just really, really quick to get from one point to another, then saving your team, you know?
Cutting through.
And to think about it as well, Yoru is one of the few agents, one of the few duelists that can actually dodge away from any sort of trip. So really makes it all the more unpredictable, as now he uses the dimensional drift, spots out Adam. Now is forced to relegate back into the side, pulls out the headhunter, and it's more than enough to take down Mashuka, but not against Scars, who's found himself on top of the structure. 4v4 and a plant, a very open plant for Yaki, as he now makes himself Baz Esports' side on the C.
Absolutely. A free site to themselves, and they're anchoring it pretty hard. And that placement.
Totally not in good spot. Paranoia gives Scars an open opportunity. Gradings with another one, as Baz Esports are fully dominating the full control of C. One shot from the strokes is not enough, as a triple for Scars unveils a 10-7 scoreline. Looking good for Baz Esports so far.
Absolutely. Their momentum is up, up, up. And it seemed like insert blue face emoji is quite struggling now with the defense. I think their momentum might be quite low. I think what they need is just a different type of strategy, how they can play that out. I mean, yes, the Viper wall worked wonders for the past few early rounds, but right now it's just not working pretty well.
Absolutely not. They need a timeout, and they need a reset right here, right now. Another execute on C. Already putting a lot of investment on Heroa Enjoyer. Destroy the clone, destroy the Prowler, and that's already half of the util gone for Baz Esports.
Absolutely. We thought they might rush towards C as usual, but it seems like insert blue guy emoji predicted it. But as of right now, it is just Adam alone in that site.
Will be the ulti out for him as well. Flash just to disrupt the opening, and that's a shot from Yaki. Adam, a sharpshooter within the vicinity. Already trying to get himself on that A site defense. Nightfall as well as a showstopper, but Adam is still inside of the site. Gets the second shot. Can't get the third. He does with another one. Making a 4K for Adam. This guy is one more player that needs to watch out for. A 4K from the chamber. And insert blue guy emoji is back on the server.
Absolutely. Take a look at those replays. One shot after one shot, he made every bullet count. Like, look at that. He had 4 bullets with 0 mags, by the way. And he utilized that pretty well. Like, okay, now we have a timeout online. We can definitely talk about what has happened so far. But that recent round, wow, it was mind blowing, like literally mind blowing.
Uh,
And it's just, like what I said last round, that what insert blue guy emoji needed is a momentum and a different strategy, and they did. They delivered, and because of that, they had earned a point.
the Filipino sniper has made his presence known, ladies and gentlemen. A 4K from the Tour de Force. And already, because of his aggression coming out from that A site, has forced a timeout for Baz Esports, realizing the threat of their opponent this time around, as we have a little bit of time to kind of flesh out how this game has been going. It has been a rocky defender side, or insert blue guy emoji, and when he needed one person to step up, it was Adam, and he reveals himself with a huge 4K to actually cap it off into the 8 to 10.
Highlight.
There.
I call it a highlight. But
I call
no,
it a clip.
and I'm definitely predicting an overtime. Like, I just know it. I can smell it from here.
Yep. It's all fresh in the wound as Iro Enjoyer. What a shot onto Bashuka. So many times that he has TP'd, and finally he gets punished for it. 4v5 in an instant, and that prompts them to actually stop that C-set execute.
That flick was crazy though. An unfortunate timing for Yorus Baz Esports. But then again, they're making their way towards B. But they haven't let their areas know yet, but now they did. Location has been revealed.
Marshy has destroyed the Arc Rose, but Scars does not deter at least any sort of hesitation, as with the shot onto Marshy. Already destroys the anchoring positions in an instant as they got themselves the open wall. And I don't believe they have an idea about Maggie. Gets himself one. The classic actually destroys him. A double from him. A 2v2. He has himself a Vandal in hand. 30 HP. Puts all this util instead of Adam. That's a one shot, but it's not enough. It's Scars that picks up the 3K. And in the end, it will be Baz Esports still getting themselves the lead.
Absolutely. Just a few more rounds before we can see Baz Esports move their way towards the top. But at the moment, insert blue guy emoji, they had their momentum, but right now it seemed like they were taken by surprise by Baz Esports. Like, take a look at that replay. Like, things were going by pretty fast, and I think it was almost too much for insert blue guy emoji. Honestly, like, it was a good call for, the hunt, for the fade utils, but right now it seems different.
Maggie was just the MVP from that round, but it was not enough. His efforts were just shrunk down to size just because of the impact that they got in the execute, as Yaki finally get themselves the omen from the defending side. Shuka trying to play some space around A main. It's a two-man defense on the A site. Maggie and Hero Enjoyer are trying to tie up together to see if they can actually be the sword and shield on this A site defense, as Adam spots out one. Great Things is down, so that's the lurker gone. Will Baz Esports connect into the A site still?
Absolutely. I mean, we can see Viper from insert blue guy emoji staying from their spawn, waiting for a potential lurk, but it seems like it's not. And Baz Esports is taking their sweet time.
Oh, not enough though. That's a Row Enjoyer.
Almost.
Expecting the push on the door itself. Tree now conquered. And you can see Mashuka also putting himself into the loading arms of the showstopper. Double kill for Aroa. Already deceased, trying to prevent him from making any more moves, but it's all down to Nabs. 1v3. Spots out 2. Has to play around this time. May spots at 1 and gets it down to a 2v1. Has to reload it down. He has low on HP. 15 seconds. Can't rotate. Can't open the door. It's going to spend so much time. He has to fight them head on. But in the end, the numbers are overwhelming at a point where they get themselves double digits.
Great, exactly. I mean, that was an amazing play. And I feel like they played too much time. Sure, they had enough time, but it seemed like they were stuck in one area. Like, should we push? What do we do? Like, okay, just hold. But it was too much. I think they hold that place for too long, and that led to a result of losing that round. Hopefully this time, instead of, they could play things differently by maybe going back to rush, since that has been working pretty well for Baz Esports.
It has. The rushing has been It's been working out for them, but for some reason they have been slowing the tempo down so many times. Possibly because insert blue guy emoji has been adapting to the play style, but they fully adapted, and now they know what's gonna be on the other side of this push. So A side conquered, 4-man push, Paranoia out of the perfect timing as well. It's an instant cancel thanks to that Omen utility, and because of the smoke, they're actually backing off from this.
Absolutely. I mean, they were just all stuck in a tree, but now they're backing out. Possibly might go towards B, or will they really dedicate to plant A? I mean, their location has been revealed. I think they all know that they're all stuck in A. But what? Look at Adams right now in the map. He is slowly lurking. He is gonna sneak. Look at where he is right now, waiting for the kill. But it seems like that Esports is making their way towards B. 2 kills already. 30 seconds left.
2 kills for insert blue guy emoji, and Scars is hungry for some more, and Nabs gets himself the spray down. Still holding that backside control, and Scars finally reveals himself onto Maggie. Yaki also follows through with another. Baz Esports fully conquering the site one by one. And it's all down to Adam, as well as the Viper, to try to get them 2 versus 3 retake happening. Scars holding the angle very efficiently, only needing 2 bullets. And 1 more for good measure. Yaki secures another round for Baz Esports. That's match point, 12-9.
I think insert blue guy emoji still has, is there still a possibility to get more points so that, you know, they be back to neck again. But it seems like right now, I feel like Baz Esports is going to take the W for this. I mean, it has been doing pretty great for the side of Baz Esports, and everyone must be cheering on their seats that their team, Baz Esports, is getting those wins, getting those W's. And chat right now is spamming W's as fast as they can right now, actually. But wow, an amazing crowd, an amazing team.
No, showstopper. Scars, he just wants to go in, and he already explodes into the face of Adam. No time to react as a Row Enjoyer. Only has a stinger in hand, cannot convert to the second. Mashuka, so precise and so deadly. And he wants to go for more, but Marshy able to stabilize a 3v3. But Mashuka gets surprised. The Smokes and Maggie, they make it to double digits. They come out of the smoke, and they swing wide onto the players of Baz Esports.
They did not want Baz Esports to take the win. They are showing what they got right now, knowing the pressure is on for their side. Like, take a look at those plays from those recent rounds. They just quickly rushes in, and they just held their ground pretty good, just enough to take Baz Esports by surprise, and they anchored the side pretty well.
Yeah. Already surprised. I'm gonna make the sound emoji right, or the sound effect right now. That's how surprised they got. So
yeah.
10. Match point still for Baz Esports, and insert blue guy emoji. They will have to make double effort to try to get themselves into that OT call, as you mentioned. That's a 5-man push from Baz Esports. Definitely a far cry from what we've been used to from them, huh?
Look at them all stacked up. Let's see Mound. Try to take them by surprise.
Oh, Paranoia. Only thing that they can do is try to get themselves out, but Scars and Yaki, they are forcing themselves into C site. Only one guy to stop them, and it's a Row Enjoyer, but he could not connect the shots onto the bent players. As Great Things will walk in and finally make it a 5v2. Marshy walking into the site slowly as possible, but Great Things gonna knock him down to a double kill. 1v4 now for Adam. The Filipino sniper has to do it again. It has to meet Great Things. That's one. Starts off strong to him. Will he expect the Yoro on the other side? That's a double for Adam as well. The impossible looking like reality right now. With this third kill could be possible, but not enough to get him yet. Let's cross to the overside, but Scar is going to surprise him on top. A 13-10 Baz Esports. They move on to the quarterfinals.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Big W for Baz Esports. An amazing, amazing gameplay. Let's show our W's right now, Ramon.
Yeah. W's in the chat, guys.
W's.
W's.
And that was
W's
a
in the chat.
Great play. like, wow, it was very intense for the past few rounds. And it was just like, they're just doing like this. But now it just went up, 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 up until they win. What do you tell me your thoughts, Ramon?
I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be one heck of a dig because that was
yeah.
just the second BO1 that we got for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. That is Baz Esports showing us the best that they got all throughout from the bracket. Well, Blue Guy Emoji, that's gonna be their exit from the tournament. We'll probably see them in the next edition of the Dubai Police Esports tournament, right? But for now, it will be the victory for Baz Esports. And it will be one heck of a finish from them once they actually secure themselves either the possibility of fighting up against Washed Up or Old Orbs. But that'll be a conversation for another day. Let's send it over to the panel to see what they have to say about this win in the Lotus map.
First of all, can I just say, we have a special guest here. Hello, everybody. That was an intense match. It was back and forth. And honestly, maybe we were talking about Baz Esports about it being really direct. Maybe that's what works for them, guys.
Yeah, maybe it is. There are a few rounds I want to talk about, actually. I noticed that Baz Esports is really good at taking space. Really good, but but they're having trouble keeping it. Guys, let me just say.
I would like to say hello, everybody, and thank you for participating into the Esports Dubai Police. And I really wish for all the
Yeah, he needs to like.
He needs a mic. Come
Yeah,
on.
here
He
you go.
needs it. Come on. Let's go.
All right, so thank you so much, guys, and I'm really so happy to join you. Seriously.
Okay.
And I'm saying to everybody, every team, thank you so much, and I hope the good luck for you and everybody gonna
Okay, I
join,
just missed that.
enjoy. But first, I have to aware that everything should be, inshallah, safely. And everybody, if you lost, do not like hate.
Yeah,
This
do not
is,
be
like,
sad.
Yeah.
competitive but friendly as
Yeah.
well, right?
Yeah.
Round of applause, everybody.
Round of applause.
Round of
for
applause.
our mascot.
You did well.
All right,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much for
so much.
coming.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
bye.
you. Bye. Okay, thank you.
So back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
right? So in round 19, right, there was a push from Baz Esports that almost lost them the round, right? Because they were they pushed B, and then they did not have map control, and insert blue guy emojis team had control of door and what's the A lobby, right? And they almost lost that round to a pistol because of the lack of space they have on the map, which I wanted to point out. But they did amazing. They have an approach with just pushing, which, I mean, I guess that works. And I have one more side note. Yaki, you need to stop biting your fingernails.
He's stressing out. He's stressing out.
Yeah. Maybe have a stress ball, you know.
Yeah, something to squeeze
Something
on.
to
Exactly.
squeeze.
We like
a hot
Machuca.
pack. Yeah.
He's just chilling over there.
What about you, Pico? Do you have any?
Yeah, I actually do. I think Yaki got actually he did get 3K on the second round by holding B site on his own. He held it really good, and Nabs was doing good too as an initiator. Lastly, on the 12th round, and actually when it was 6v6, I felt bad for Adam. He was trapped between them and the sea, like he was like just locked there, and yeah, that's it.
Do you have any notes?
Well, I do have quite a bit. There is a lot of things that we can talk about, especially on how well insert blue guy emoji, you know, Adam, Maggie, like these guys really played their hearts out. They did their very best, but at the end of the day, a well formidable team that can really play their strats will do really well. So Baz Esports definitely did their best there, and they will be continuing on. Sorry for the side of, you know, the opposing team here, as they're going to be able to fall down. For one last goodbye to insert blue guy emoji, guys. Can we at least give them the insert blue guy emoji? Can you do it with me? Come on, you have to join me in. We're a team.
Okay.
We're a team, okay?
Let's do this. let's do
Best one. Okay, this is how we're going to say goodbye. Once we do the emoji, we go next. Okay,
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
this. That was not the blue.
واضح أن الجهة مجهولة وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال، ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال، يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dubai Police Esports 5th edition in Valorant. How has your day been going, guys?
It's been going well, you know. They just added a crib stand, so if anyone wants crib, it's outside.
They
Yeah.
do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we had some.
Okay, that's great to know because I thought I was going to be all alone here. I was like, where are they?
We were a bit late. It's okay. You can live. You'll live.
I was like,
You'll do great.
all attention would be with me only. Where's Miko? Where's everyone?
You
Where's
can't say
Peach?
no to food, JT. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
it's food.
That is true. So everybody who is watching online, if you are in Dubai or particularly UAE in general, you can come over here at Dubai Police Officers Club in Al Jadaf and join us with the fun. It has been fun so far, and even the teams are enjoying quite a lot on how the competition has been. Speaking of which, guys, I just want to give a sharing story. There are times when I play too much video games where I end up degenning. I don't know if you know that word. Of course.
What
you
is
know it.
degenning?
No way. No, for reals?
Yeah.
What is that?
Okay, so basically degen is like when you how do I say this? You just play too much games where you don't even understand what time it is. Like it's already like
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
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 okay.
okay. So
Like-
you're losing track of time.
So you're just
basically.
Yes.
in the zone.
yeah,
basically.
yeah,
Okay,
I guess you
yeah.
could say that. So basically that happens to me quite a lot, which kind of ruins your sleeping pattern and then waking up at afternoon or midnight and be like,
Yeah.
you know, it changes a lot of things. So that's why it's very important, guys, to insert that you do need balance with your video games.
Work-life balance, guys.
Exactly.
And you need time management also.
You know, even the best coaches will always tell you need to get enough sleep to be able to perform well.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, guys. Sleep
Yeah,
well.
That's important.
Game
Sleep is important.
responsibly.
I love the amount of things that we have to take in consideration here. Yeah, it's very important, especially when school's going to be coming up soon, right?
Yes.
So you guys need to be able to manage your time well with studies and gaming. You can't just do one or the other, right? It needs to be proper and timed properly. Now, with that said, do you guys know what teams are we going to be watching this
We're
time around?
having SOS versus Retro for Less.
That rhymes.
Yeah, it does. It kind of does.
So next thing
So,
you know, you're going to
do
be
you-
rapping here with us.
yeah.
I cannot imagine. I already sing. I don't need a rap. I'm good with that. Oh, I want to say hi, chat. Since they've been saying hi since the morning, you know.
They have been supporting quite a lot. And
So-
now, we're gonna cut you off there. We're gonna throw it to the casters to take the leads here in this crucial match. One loss is all it takes to finally drop from the tournament. So you want to continue with your dreams and hopes here. So let's see on how things will go with the casters.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second half of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Day 1. It's Tucker Haynes and your boy Q. And the analyst just said we've got a good matchup on our hands. We've got SOS versus Retro for Less coming up in just a few moments. Q, we're here. It's been a long wait, and we're finally ready to go. How are you feeling?
I am going to be honest right now. I see your lips moving, Tucker, but I don't hear you at all on my side, big dog. So I hope you are doing well. I'm excited to get into some action here. Our first matchup should be a lot of fun. They were talking about best of one. You don't want to come this far just to come this far. So everything comes this next round here, Tucker. Tucker, how you been, by the way, big dog? You good?
Been fantastic. It has been a little bit of a hiatus from the old esports gang, but we are back and ready to go. Now, your boy Q, you talked a little bit about a best of one. What does that entail?
It's all or nothing here. I feel like sometimes, you'll see some who are kind of okay with starting slow, kind of getting a read on the opposition. That's not going to be the case here in a best of one. It's win or go home. And at least as far as when you talk about being able to advance to that upper bracket, it's at a point here where you really need to make come out with your best. You don't have that opportunity to bounce back in a second or a third map. And sometimes when you've been sitting by and watching the other matchups too, so it's really going to test like the grit of these players right up off the rip.
Both of these teams coming off of a relatively one-sided win. SOF defeating Aether in the 13-5. Retro for Less taking care of For Fun 13-7. So we don't have any matches, at least from either of these two teams, that went to double digits. Both was one-sided. But now we've got the clash up of these two titans, where the winner will face the winner of Fraggers versus Fino. And if you have been around the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, Fraggers makes a run every single time.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that no matter if there's roster switch-ups, if they're bringing the same people, you know that they're gunning for the top. So you know that you're in a position right now that this is probably your last chance to get your last sort of warm-ups in before you get really tested by the best. And knowing, again, that you're back in that best of one, I'm going to be really excited to see how these teams do when put to that test. So more importantly, though, I'm excited to see what kind of lineups we see from our two teams. I feel like so often you can either see completely unique kind of lineups on either side, and You don't have to have those kind of matching sort of strategies, or sometimes it's just about who can do what works the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Since we are pretty early in the bracket and we are still at that best of 1 point, it's almost a double-edged sword almost. Do you want to go the tried and true, the meta that has been in the game forever? Or do you want to try your hardest to sprint to that 13th round? Because either way, there's not really a wrong answer. It just depends on who you play, when you play, and where you're playing on. So it's going to be very interesting to see just what these two teams do and where these 10 players decide to go in the terms of agent composition.
I mean, we're starting to see a couple of locks coming in here across, which will at least kind of give us early indicators. Definitely not surprised to be seeing a Cypher at least locked now on both sides, especially since we are going to be off to Haven. I feel like so often seeing holding down, kind of has the ability to hold down that one site by themselves, because you do have 3 sites that you have to cover here on Haven, right? You have to spread your forces just a little bit more on the defensive side. So not surprised to see the extra utility be brought in.
Oh, definitely not. I think Cypher has had a little bit of a bounce back. There was a while where we didn't see much of Cypher at all, except for on Bind. But there's been a lot of times where you expect to see a Cypher, but they just decide to go somewhere else. Like maybe back in the day of the Chamber Mayday, they went to the Chamber. They went to the Killjoy quite commonly. But I feel like he's starting to make a little bit of a comeback over these past couple of months, which is very good to see. I love the hatted Moroccan man so much.
I've always enjoyed Cypher because you get the really good utility on the defensive side, right? You've got the cam. You do also have the ability to use the cage, whether it's for breaking line of sight, whether it's for rotates. But then also that when you talk about the ult for the Cypher as well, you just get so much information. And I think what we have learned as metas have changed and as players have adapted is information's key. So to have an ult like that, especially on a player who can get it so quickly, just gets you so much value consistently throughout the course of a map, especially in a best of 1 scenario.
Oh, for sure. It's such a volatile format whenever you're not in the best of 3. I know that best of 5s have been a popular choice, but it's none of that. We don't get a second chance. You lose this one and you have messed up and you have to reap the consequences. And oh my goodness, that's a very close monitor.
Yeah, every time you get to peep in and look at people, yeah, that sometimes I don't. Hey, I'll be. Maybe it's me because I'm old. I will admit, a little on the older side. I feel like I would not be able to understand what's going on in front of my face if my nose is against the monitor. But I mean, to each their own. If that's comfortable for you,
oh no,
make it work.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, this is basically just the IRL Valorant version of Geeked versus Locked In, because Kenma absolutely locked in. Less than 12 inches between him and that monitor. And you know what? I love it. Be as locked in as possible. So, Haven, 3 sites. We've only got a couple of these 3 site maps in the game, and typically you'd want to think that Haven, there's a lot of space. There's a lot of space for the attackers to take. You'd think it would be pretty attacker-sided, but actually, quite the contrary. It has been pretty balanced from what I have seen.
I mean, I feel like part of it is because it is a map that is so tried and true, right? So whether you're new, whether you're someone who's been around for a hot minute, you probably have seen a thing or two and know a thing or two when it comes to Haven, right? So I think the other thing too is because that rotate through B, whether you're rotating from A to C or just from B to one of those either aforementioned like points, your defense isn't as restricted as they are on a different map. But every map of Valorant does indeed start the same. It's the pistol round, Tucker. So let's go ahead and get down and do what it do.
Very popular idea for the attackers is just absolutely bum rush B. But rather, Retro for Less is going to decide to take the slow route, going through A, sewer specifically. They are going to wait this thing out. First contact, Brixel taking a couple shots, but it's Vic to find the first frag. Great start here for SOS, but it looks like RFL will get this spike down, leaving for the disadvantage retake.
Last player remaining.
pushing their way on in, and right now, Retro for Less, it's all down to, well, just the Sova who does fall, and wow, they made that look easy on the SOS side. They were like, you know what, we'll give you an inch, but then we're gonna go ahead and come on right back and take the rest. Talk about a great defensive start.
Very nice. I thought it was going to be Retro for Less holding it down, but they decided to get a little bit too aggressive, and they pay the price. Brixel is an absolute demon. 3 kills for them on the first round. And that's going to push them onto an advantage anti-eco, as likely Retro for Less will just continue on with those pistol rounds and do as much damage as they can, because the chances of them winning this round quite slim.
I think the other thing that's always nice when you win round number 1 in particular, when you're when you are on that defensive side, is you can basically anticipate that the opposition isn't going to be spreading the map, right? Because of the fact that they're low in utility, they're low as far as on their gunnies as well. They're more than likely going to be grouped together in a similar fashion like they are here. They are at least spread in a 3-2, which is kind of a little surprising, but I'm also kind of surprised to see that they're opting to go down long here. I guess they're probably anticipating it's just going to be the Cypher, which they're guessing wrong, because you do also have your Omen over on the side. But, I mean, slow and slow, they look to make the approach. You can see they're not worried about making noise. They're looking to push down C.
I like this decision. Typically, after losing the pistol round, you don't want to go where there are long angles, so SOS doesn't really expect it. They're not going to play as aggressive or as forward over near the C site. So I like the idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. If they were able to catch the frag on the jumping Cypher, it would have been one thing, but the Cypher liveth, and it's going to be a rotate over to the A site. 30 seconds to go. Thank you, Miss Operator. One more shot. Under heaven, it's Shuchi managing to stay alive for now, and SOS makes him drop. Finally, it's Karma getting a couple, and Retro has turned this into a 3v1 attacker favor.
Hold on, though. Oh, I was going to say, you do have the gunny advantage stepping in on site, although you weren't a 3v1. So finding that first entry could have turned things around. But once you have to cover 2 different angles, it just becomes so hard, especially since those 2 angles were from so far one side to the other. So great job to be able to pull back. And, hey, you know, eco round, you'll take those.
Oh, you absolutely will. You never expect to win those. So whenever you do, you have got to take those and run. So now they've got a huge advantage. I honestly think that losing the pistol and then winning the anti-eco after is better than winning both of them, because now the economy is flip-flopped right on its head, and they're going to have so much generational wealth if they're able to maintain. And as this round starts off, it looks like that's what they're going to do. 5 versus 3 already, and Retro's going to steal all of the guns they can, make it as hard for SOS as possible.
Yeah, I think also to build on your point, right, it's not just the disruption as far as how the economy flows in the beginning part of the game, but also the mental too. It's one thing when you win the pistols and you're on even ground, but you also have to remember SOS walked into that last round thinking that it was going to be a quick 2-0 start to their map. Now all of a sudden, they could be looking at a deficit. Brixel will try and find some information, but gets put down before they're able to fall back to safety. The snake bite also gets low down to just 7 HP. It looks like for less should be able to secure another round. The question just becomes, how expensive can SOS make it?
That's going to be the play. Not try to win this round. There's no way you push it through and get that defuse. So make it as expensive as possible. Play for the exit frag, but Boy decides to push in. Not the best situation and not the best idea. It will be Retro for Less, flipping the economy on its head, taking the lead, and just beating SOS down after seeing the pistol round as well. And Retro for Less has pushed themselves to a perfect position to slingshot into a multiple round lead.
I also feel like whenever we've been doing our wraparound on the player cams, I feel like I've been seeing more communication between the players here from Retro for Less. Not so much that it's a lack of like communication on the SOS side, maybe just not as much of a vibe. But Retro for Less seems to be locked in. They've got things dialed down just a little bit here, and now they can, as you mentioned, they've already turned the economy on its head. They can really turn this map on its head here as well if they can continue pushing forward with these rounds. You'll see he's going to push down through into that garage. Does use the owl drone to clear plenty of space for Kenma to be able to push up. They're going to look to potentially pivot this thing towards B, or maybe no, actually you'll see falling back. Kenma's just creating a distraction right now.
See that? However, Kenma does fall eventually. They can't stay too forward for too long. 4 versus 4, minute to go. It's going to be another A site hit. And Retro for Less has had some pretty good luck trying this A site, but not this time. It's Brixel with a few shots, leaving it up for the 1 versus 2. Lunar. And Sammy is the last one to fall. Koji gets that last kill. And SOS is not out of it just yet. They managed to turn this one around and push us to a 2 versus 2 round count.
They were able to get those rifles back in hand, and we're able to get to work, and I think that's what's most important. Sometimes, you know, at the beginning of the game, there's that back and forth sometimes with the economy, whether it's just losing 2 and finally getting those rifles in hand, or like we saw, sometimes you'll have that extra round because you go back and forth in those first 2. But now this is where the real Valorant starts. We're going to be seeing the economy starting to come into play round after round. It's about who's going to be able to manage that, as well as continue to pile things down. Kenma opens things up, has the blades in hand, and the question now becomes, where do they try to rotate because they only have 2 HP?
Yeah, they were able to get that first kill, but all of a sudden, you sacrifice that full ultimate. You think you're going to get at least 2, and now you only have 2 HP. And I mean, I personally wouldn't say that the Blade Storm is worth only 1 kill. I would try to get another one, but having so little HP is going to make things so much harder, and there's no heals queue.
Anything to bounce back with here. Vic finds one. Brixel will find another. However, Sammy is trying to buy some space here for SOS, who will be used along with Karma to be able to take down 2. Well, Spike's going to go down here as well. Retro for Less seems to have at least been able to secure a little bit of that C site. You're going to have players rotating in, but I mean, right now they'll be able to hold down those cross angles. It's going to be a tough position for SOS.
They do have that Hunter's Fury, but no real potential to use it. There's no obvious spot that they can place this one. Still the advantage for Retro for Less. A great double kill from Lunar. And they regain the lead. It's Retro for Less holding down the C site perfectly and keeping 3 alive.
Something aim labs. I don't know. Lunar's got some amazing shots here. Does a great job of being able to transfer from one to the other. Puts 2 down. And that does, as you mentioned, allow for Retro for Less to take that lead here. And, you know, we've been seeing the back and forth as the pendulum does swing to start. You had mentioned at the beginning how that is kind of typical for a Haven map. It's not necessarily seen as strictly just one-sided. I think part of that, too, is because, well, there's so many options for the offense, right? I mean, we know that when you're on the attacking side, people love working CNA, but you have so much space here in B, whether you're working towards Garage or simply working towards B itself. And it looks like that could be exactly what Retro for Less is looking to do here. You have the jet split up there, but they will have to worry about Suchi, who's going to turn the corner, finds the heady. That'll at least slow down that push. The spike has been defaulted back. They're still looking for information. I don't think they've really decided where they want to push this thing just quite yet, Tucker.
It's 4 for 4. As it's 1 kill for 1 kill. Blade Storm is popped on the SOS side. Meanwhile, the jet for Retro completely gone. As Karma is still camping out near B's entrance, and they might be able to catch Vic if they're not careful. Blades come out, not good enough. Trying to push through. Sheriff close range. And the neural theft is going to be activated. This should put Retro for Less at a huge handicap. Another blade just cannot connect Vic. The crosshair just does not want to go over that player's body.
Find it. Hunter's Fury is going to come out, but Lunar finding 2 here as well. Let's actually not going to find anything on the Hunter's Fury either. Location revealed for Shuchi, but still going to be able to turn the corner, put Sammy down, make it 2. And now it's going to be all left to the Cypher. Lunar, who's sitting down short, will get put down as well, and SOS ties things back up at 3.
A very nice retake and good use of the Hunter's Fury as well. For a while, it was looking like it could go either way. It was a waffle fest, if I say so myself, at mid. But eventually, SOS locked it up, locked in. They were able to keep things in play. It's a couple of great shots from the SOS side. Just trying not to pay too much attention to Vic there. Not the best showing of the Blade Storm. But in the end, it all worked out. And SOS tie this thing up as we're about a quarter of the way through this Haven map.
Been so close here as well. Definitely too close to call here. Nice recon. Both slow things down over on the A site, which will be nice for SOS because at least as for now, at least until the Jet rotates their way on over. And we're by themselves over there on A. But it will be that low and slow approach here as Retro for Less tries to potentially look here towards middle. They do have to worry about Shuchi, who does have this nice side angle covered. Unfortunately, having to spray away at the utility will give away their position and will slowly have to fall back towards B. And I thought was going to be able to do so safely, but Sammy turns the corner, finds the heady. But even with that one first frag being found, Retro for Less, patient. They're still trying to figure out exactly what the best approach is here.
Can't get it too fast. SOS has shown to be a very good team in an all-out brawl. Retro for Less knows this, so they're taking this a little slower. They are favoring the west side of this map, going up through C. You gotta watch out for that Omen behind the box. They do use the from the shadows ult. But here comes the Viper's pit, but the Viper's pit goes down. Koji landing a double kill. Sui goes down as well. And the Cypher is still available. There's a third, and SOS makes quick work of the push on C.
Koji does huge work here. You mentioned instantly taking down that Viper's pit, which I'm sure was all of the plan to allow for them to take, well, all of the space that they were looking for. It instantly falls. An unfortunate situation to find themselves in. They're basically all out in the open, and, well, it's like shooting fish in a barrel at that point. That allows for SOS to take the lead.
Retro for Less using an ult on that round as well, and it didn't get any use whatsoever. It would have been different if they got it down and were able to push the spike, plant it there, but Viper's pit was popped and was immediately neutralized. And we go on to this 8th round. It's a great shot from Kenma straight to the dome of Shuchi in the Duelist v Duelist battle. It's Kenma to pick up that Vandal, and a quick plant on B will put Retro for Less in a one-man advantage on this post plant.
As for now, it got 2 players looking over towards the A, or from the A side. One being Vic with that op in hand, and he's gonna find 2. That's gonna turn the tables just a little bit here. However, they also have one moving down main. The artillery moving in heavy here. It's just everybody pushing onto the site. You can't really fight off 4 people when you're just the one. Talk about an impressive retake there by SOS.
Was SOS double op popping there?
1000% was double op popping, and I'm all for it, baby.
I love to see it. I love to see the op on the Jet. First of all, the double kill from Vic. I mean, I understand peeking one time to the op, but having 2 peek to the same op in the same angle, not a great look there. And also the Omen op. I love to see it. We need more Sentinels and more controllers on ops in my unprofessional opinion.
I also gotta say the transition was perfect. You go from one op to the other just as the third lands the shot. It was almost like the old school like montages, but starting off here in round number 9, SOS finds themselves in the advantage off of that opening frag. They're looking to push down a short. Speaking of short, go Shoddy. Vic's gonna be able to put down Kenma, and that means it's gonna be 3v5 as they're still trying to find a way to put this spike towards A.
Vic is finally taken down. It felt like Vic was never going to leave. Omen ult gets popped. Sammy over here. It's Karma, the last one alive, is Shuchi to take him down. And that's 3 on the round for Shuchi and Q. That is a streak for SOS. At one point, this was a 3-3 ball game. Not anymore. All of a sudden, SOS has won 3 in a row, and it's now 6-3.
We shooting bodies and they're going up by 3. Okay, pop off, I guess. I mean, feeling good over on the SOS side, and understandably so for Retro for Less. They are going to pump the brakes here. You had mentioned it had been back and forth through the first half of the first half, but here as of lately, they just haven't had an answer. And part of it, I feel like, is just SOS has gotten into their bag. We mentioned just a couple of rounds ago, SOS was rocking the double op. You don't rock a double op unless you're feeling yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. That's definitely not a strat that you go to every day. So to see a team go with 2 ops, yeah, you have got to be feeling it. And these last 3 rounds have definitely shown us that SOS is indeed feeling it. And I was going to bring this up. I didn't really expect any single player to be the deciding factor of this game, but if Retro for Less is not careful, Vic is going to be a problem. Get them on the op, and they are proving that they are an absolute sniper. So if you cannot get them off and you cannot neutralize them more than you don't, they're going to be a problem, and you're going to lose this game relatively quickly, and there's a chance that you go into the half down 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why you pump the brakes. You also hope to get the timeout buff here heading into this round number 10. There's going to be a push down this A short side. Vic on the other side with the op. The Owl drone will try and buy some spaces. Vic, though, does not give up the room, tries to peep around with the quick scope, but can't quite find it. That has allowed for at least the rest of the rotation to come in for the defense here for SOS. If I'm Retro for Less, I might consider rotating away here.
Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to do anything that involves Vic. Great shot, Shuchi. Empress gets only good for 1. Headshot comes out from the revolver. And it looks like they will rotate, not trying so heavily on the A side again. However, Cypher and Jet still lingering. So SOS do have to be careful about that. I bet they're going to try to fake over the other side and then end up pushing through. Great shots, Kenma.
Ooh, Kenma steps through and finds another as well. I thought might have been able to find a 4th, but Brixel shows up and puts a stop to the push, being able to find the 3K. And well, now you do have just your one last Omen player. I don't think you have time to be able to get the spike down. You just try and maybe find a way to get a Vandal out of the hand, especially of Brixel, who just found the 4K, unsuccessful in that regard, and Brixel seems to be heating up.
And all of a sudden, the timeout was all for naught. I really like the Empress idea from Shuchi, but Kenma was just a little too quick on the Sheriff shot. See, Brixel absolutely popping off here at the end. It was the 4K that secured this round out. Wasn't like Karma was going to get that plan off anyway, but you know what? 4 is a nice round even number, so why not?
Nowhere to run.
Let's see if there's nowhere to run here. The Hunter's Fury like it's gonna find anything here. Sometimes you just try to get a little bit of information. As far as that regards, it doesn't seem like it was successful. What is gonna be interesting though is Retro for Less. You see their Omen is peeking all the way back towards spawn. If they do hesitate on this push through garage, they could get flanked here. And actually that's what happened. Vic is gonna be able to find two. The spike's down. It doesn't matter that they've got C sight. Oh, actually, they don't even really have C sight. Double kill here actually on the site. Let's call it a flawless round actually. As SOS continues to roll here in half number 1.
As it's last round, and I said a few rounds ago, if you weren't able to neutralize Vic, there was a high chance that you go into halftime 9-3. And I'm not going to say the C word, but there is a certain stigma around the 9-3 scoreline. Like I said, 5 letters, ends with E, starts with C, not going to say it. But you know what I'm talking about. So SOS does have to be careful that they don't get too confident if they end up winning this round, because the comeback has happened and there have been multiple teams to fall to said C word. But SOS,
yeah,
they were so locked in.
I think the other thing too is if you are a team like Retro for Less in this situation, you just take it round by round, because momentum can be a very dangerous thing in a map of Valorant. Brixel has shown at times to be able to get hot, but Brixel will be put down, as we will see the spike now actually getting put down here as well. The spike is down. Retro for Less looking to try and secure this last one.
Oh my goodness, the shock dart. Hold on just a minute. SOS in a 2v4. And I'm not sure if they're going to have this one. Wait a minute. Hold on. Catches one. Are they going to be able to get the next one? Paranoia comes out. Sova able to land the shot, but it's Sammy to end the round off. And 9-3 is not going to happen. However, 8-4 is the next best thing. Retro for Less ending the streak and going into halftime trailing, but not by as much as it could have been.
Damage control for sure there at the end of half number 1. But now it's going to be about being able to shift your focus, flip the sides, and at least now here for Retro for Less, you're the team that does have to step up on the defensive side. If they're going to be able to do that, only time will tell. I think the big thing here, even though we didn't see the traditional, you win the pistol, you win the following round, but the pistol usually is such a heavy weight of a round, especially when you're looking to come back. So Retro for Less feels like if there's somebody who needs this pistol round in this map, it's definitely them.
Yeah, it's not a traditional I need to win this round or else I'm going to lose scenario, but it's pretty close to it. It's not exactly a must-win, but it's about as close as you can get without it being a must-win. So, side switch. Retro for Less now on the defensive side, and I mean, Vic absolutely steamrolled through the defensive side. Hopefully this jet on SOS's team can pop off just as much, but it's going to be quite difficult to do as SOS starts their push, and they will aim for the A side, it seems.
And as interesting as you see the mini-map in the top left-hand corner, the two teams essentially kind of flipped the map. It was early on SOS that was more in the middle. Retro for Less had called the push over towards A, but the longer that nothing happened, everyone rotated away, so that gave them all sorts of space for SOS, for Brixel to find that opening pick. The spike's going down, and now it's going to be 4v5 on the retake. Kenma steps through, finds the first heady. That at least evens the numbers.
4v4 at the moment. A couple of them pushing through that smoke. Vic gets taken down from above. Boy still there. Brixel, close range with that classic headshot there. The Viper goes down. Keeping this in check. Cypher, 1 versus 1. Cypher versus Cypher. Koji lands the shot. The bob and the weave is good enough, and it's SOS taking the pistol round. And Retro for Less so needed that round to kick this comeback off.
Spike planted.
But SOS says no, and it's Koji to end this chance.
Stay down.
Ice in the vein for Koji too. You saw the player cam afterwards. It's just like, yeah, another round one, whatever, it's fine. We're up to 9-4. Let's get to the next one and keep this thing rolling. Koji has really stepped up in a big way here for SOS. I feel like we've seen them multiple times get some pretty crucial frags, whether it's the ends of rounds, even in the beginnings of rounds here as well. But speaking of rounds, let's go to the start of our next round, round 15. And see if Retro for Less has the ability to bounce back in the second round the same way they were on the other half. Vic, however, will find Zui, will be able to put him right down to the ground. That gives them the green light to push on A. Sammy will fire off some warning shots, but that's not enough to stop SOS's push.
It's another A hit. Simple can be. 4 versus 2 on this post plant. It's Retro for Less with just a couple of pistols. I mean, they got the big irons, but is that going to be enough against the Spectres? And I think they had at least one Vandal. I don't think it will be. But we have seen crazier things, and Shuchi says, nah, that's not going to be enough. 1v4, we've seen crazy things, but I just don't think this one is going to happen. Run it back for the bonus round. Try to flip this one as jumping around the corner is Shuchi with a 3K. Spectre Gaming once again.
Well, he had mentioned how we hadn't seen either of these teams get here with meeting much resistance. I was wondering if that would mean this thing was going to be closer, if that just meant one of these teams was going to be able to ride the wave as soon as they were able to catch it. Thus far, SOS seems to have done just that. It seems so strange for a matchup that started 3-3, right? For SOS to then go on and win 7 of the next 8 rounds. If Retro for Less is going to be able to make this map competitive, now they've got rifles in hands here, Tucker. They have to win it.
That they do. A couple of rounds ago, I said, yeah, it's about as close to a must-win as you get. This one is a must-win. And SOS not letting up off the gas. This is the bonus round for Retro for Less. They have to get this one. They've got the advantage. Statistically, they should win this one. But it's just not going the way they needed to. They've got a man down on the post-plant/retake. They've got to find a way to make this one happen. 3 of them coming from main/CT. Oh my goodness, Koji. Koji's got one on the flank. They never expected it. Bulldog has another one. But Retro for Less keeping themselves afloat. Vic not able to land the shot. Completely even, but Roy has one. And we go to an agent duel again.
I mean, I would bet against Brixel. Okay, maybe that one's on me, chat. I'll take credit for that one. That's my fault. Just when I said I wouldn't bet against them, turns the corner and gets put down. And just when we said Retro for Less needed to win a round, well, they're able to do just that. The question is, can you continue to compound that down and put a couple of them in a row? You've got to go on a streak right here.
Yeah, and the strategy for the bonus round is the team that loses the first 2 has the advantage, so they have to win this one, and they've got to make it at least a little bit one-sided, because now, since that last round was a very competitive one, SOS is back in the advantage, even if it is a slight one. They've got the better weaponry, they've got a little bit more money, and I would argue, most importantly, they've got an ult on the board in that Hunter's Fury. But Retro for Less starting off with a double kill. All of a sudden, that ult does not seem so useful as you've lost 2 players.
I mean, maybe you could hold off on a defuse if it's late, potentially. I mean, you still have some use of it here. The problem is, once you did finally find your way onto the C site, because of the fact that Retro for Less had pushed all the way down C long, you weren't able to find any opening frags. So yeah, you got the spike down, but it's still going to be 5v3 on the retake. Feels like the advantage still for sure leans towards Retro for Less, especially as we do see Brixel.
My ult is ready.
Will eventually fall here. Got pushed just a little too far forward. Now, hold on a second. This just might still be pulled off. You have an option. Never mind. It's going to be a defuse, and that's a big round on the board.
2 in a row. And despite the advantage for SOS, Retro for Less keeps it rolling. They have a chance. They're not out of it just yet. And they are able to compound at least one more round off of that bonus. They've got to keep things going. SOS should be pushed to an eco here. So this is where they can really get their feet under themselves and give themselves a chance to come back here in this end game. But the problem they run into is the 3 ultimates, and 2 of them are quite aggressive. And Empress can turn things into a 5v5 from a 5v5 into a 5v1 really, really fast.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is how that round broke down as well, right? We saw SOS overextend on that backside of C. If they play it more disciplined, I think it's still maintainable. And the reason why I wanted to point that out is we're not quite into those meat and potato rounds, right? I usually normally say that this is probably the light end of that. Round 17, 18, the rounds that really matter. So if you're making slight mistakes like that, you could be in some trouble here. That Hunter's Fury that you were looking for in the last round comes out here. Not going to find any value, but gives SOS the confidence to be able to turn the corner. He's going to be able to find an opening frag on this push here onto the site. Now it's just 2 defenders left here for Retro for Less. Koji puts one of them down.
Planted.
Oh, Retro for Less needed this one. They were so close to solidifying their momentum, and all of a sudden SOS reminds them just who they are despite the eco round, despite mainly pistols. They're able to take over the A site, and Kenma just has to watch this clock go down. They can't retake this. They don't want to give SOS any more than they already have. The spike will explode, and SOS is going to put themselves on the ever elusive 11 rounds. Only 2 away from winning this matchup and pushing Retro for Less out of the way.
1 round away from being 1 round away. It's a great place to be if you are SOS. The spray at the end kind of makes me laugh, not gonna lie. Gotta make sure you're having fun, I do suppose. But speaking of an SOS, I almost feel like now might be the time to call out for an SOS. They're in a troubled spot over on that Retro for Less side because you don't have too many more rounds that you can drop here. And they did use that timeout earlier as well. I think they only get 1 in these maps, right? So you don't have the ability to pump the brakes here. You just got to continue checking forward.
Chug forward, talk as much as you can between rounds, and SOS already pushing 1 away. It's Lunar falling into their grave, and a quick C hit.
Spike planted.
And Q, the spike's planted before a minute 20's even off the clock. Such a quick take, and they just keep them dropping like flies. There's Roy with the Outlaw taking down the other Omen, but Kenma keeping Retro for Less alive with the Blade Storm. Down goes Sammy though, couple sprays through the smoke, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Kenma with the Blade Storm. They need the ace here. Got a couple. They need 3 more. Not going to happen. It's match point for SOS, and Kenma not happy with himself.
Yeah, would have been a highlight play for sure, but when you're put in that situation, you can't be mad when you're unable to pull it off. And, you know, I did want to point out, you know, earlier into this map, you had mentioned how if SOS was going to be the team that came out on top, you were going to be watching the performance of Vic. Vic had some pretty decent kills that shut down the push on the back side of that site that we had seen off cam. It feels like Vic is always finding 1 or 2 almost each and every round.
That they are.
The hunt begins.
Empress now being popped up. As SOS pushes through, they did lose their first player, but quite a lot of ultimate power coming through for SOS as the plan doesn't go down, but now it will. Good news for Retro for Less is they do have 1 advantage, but the Blade Storm is going to equalize. Right here, they've got to watch out. No, not able to get away. Neural Theft going to be activated, and Lunar just keeps them coming. Roy, last chance, and they can't keep themselves alive. Retro for Less keep themselves dog paddling through, but they've got a lot of room to make up. Not a lot of time.
It's 1 foot in front of the other. You just got to take it round by round, baby. That's all you can do right now. if you are retro for less. That's all you can do is you got to take it one round at a time. And, you know, earlier you had mentioned how often in like these 3-site sort of maps, the defense is normally seen at the disadvantage. Not so much here on Haven. You are on a map where it is still possible to make the comeback. Momentum can be a very dangerous thing. You've won the first round. Every run starts with 1. Let's see if they can continue this run here in round 20.
Still match point. It is round 20, so at least you can go home saying, hey, we brought it to we brought it to round 20, excuse me. They might be able to bring it a little bit farther even. Retro for less, taking the first frag, and Reyna is put down in the ground. Reyna has been an absolute demon for these past few rounds, so to get rid of them is quite big. Huge brawl in sewer. Retro for less comes up on top of this one as well. 1v4 very quickly. Retro for less keeps things pushing, only dropping 1.
Seem to be feeling good over on that RFL side. We had seen them earlier when those rounds weren't going their way. They were quite quiet. They seemed to be getting themselves amped up a little bit more. But of course, they're still a couple of rounds shy just from simply forcing overtime, and there is still no room for error. But I like what we've been seeing from them. And again, remember earlier, I had mentioned how SOS had lost that round from over pushing back on that C site. We've still seen it at times where they've been playing overly aggressive. SOS, you're not locked in for a dub just quite yet. You've got to find a way to lock in here.
That they do. Gonna try their hand at another C push. They've gotten really close on these before. It just seems like C is the softer site as of today. Spike goes down. However, Retro for Less does have the Hunter's Fury available, and it's going to be popped out. Vic pushes through, but it's 1 for 2. Shuchi, though, staying alive, keeping themselves in this game. Down goes another, but Sui taking Koji with them to the grave. Sui stays alive, and for the last round, potentially, it's up to the Sova battle. Recon dart in hand, but it does get destroyed. Peeking out, the Sheriff not quite enough, but they're wasting time. That's the most important part. If they can't defuse, they can't defuse, and they're going to win this game. They've got it halved. Oh, he's going to hold off. The shot lands, and 3 kills is what it takes. Brixel ends this map. Haven goes down as a 13-8 win for SOS.
That is confidence in your shot. You saw Brixel sit, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna make him think that I didn't even think of that. He's sticking this spike here. Then all of a sudden turns the corner. 1 shot was all that was needed. Wow, talk about a wait for that thing to end. I was about to say, if I had a chance to jump in, we had seen that Sova v Sova. It had been 1-1 up until that point. Brixel locks it in, allows SOS to advance.
That they do. And they are going to go on to face the arguable favorites of this tournament. It is Fraggers, as Fraggers takes down Fino 13-8. Hey, same score for both of the quarterfinal matchups. That's pretty cool. But Fraggers is the absolute dog of the yard. You've got to be careful with this team, as it seems like they are always in the top 4 every single year, and they're going to be there, it looks like, one more time. But this time they are joined by SOS, and I got a little bit of a storyline a couple of years ago, back in 2023. Vic played some matches with Fraggers, so there's a bit of a storyline there. You're going to want to prove yourself against your old team. Ain't that right, Q?
I'm glad that I always love when fun stories.
Very close. I mean, not in the beginning, but it was very close. Of course, SOS won, and Before I start my points, do you have any points, Pico?
Yeah, I think I do. Let's talk about the pistol round. I mean, Sova did a huge 3K kill there as defending the map. And yeah, I think Retro for less made their better shot at coming back. At least they did really well in coming back. Yeah.
For me, my thoughts were, I think SOS play really well together. And from their play style, it shows that their communication is really on point with how they play together and how they hold angles. Like, they're never alone. They're always communicating.
Yeah.
And I saw on defense there was a round that they held really well and punished players for like trying to take space on the map, which I found really amazing. Props to Retro for trying to come back. It was a really good try.
Yeah.
And I hope to see more of them soon, maybe.
Yeah, 100%. And definitely, it has been a fantastic match so far. Yeah, I mean, still, Retro for Less, you guys still have a chance. Maybe next time in the next edition, you've played your hearts out. And definitely, there's a lot of potential. But nonetheless, though, SOS will continue on. And with that said, everybody, we're going to be catching on you guys on a quick break for now. And we'll see you guys with a surprise soon.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
Surprise, surprise, everybody. We have Koji from Team SOS. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling good about the win today. It's always a pleasure here to play in Dubai Police, and it's good to have you back again as the main caster.
How do you feel? Like, what were your thoughts going into this game?
It was with confidence. We are thinking that we will win the game because our next matchup is against Fraggers, which is always our matchup, and we'll try to win, inshallah, against them.
Inshallah. What are you looking forward to in the next match? Will it be difficult for you guys?
Yes, of course it will be difficult because we used to be teammates in
Yeah.
Fraggers, and now we are enemies.
Oh my God, that's unfortunate.
That's a good storyline, though.
It is. Actually, I have a notes. Entirely on my notes, it has been Team SOS versus Fraggers, teammates to enemies. Like Vic, like we talked about, he was Team Fraggers. You were part of WKNK.
Yes.
And I believe one of the players who played up against it was Brixel, right?
Yes.
He was part of Triple Esports Club
Yeah,
before, and
they
he won.
Yeah.
So this time, you guys have a good pack of players in your team to play up against Fraggers, who has won multiple times.
Yes.
And I feel like you guys have a big chance and opportunity. How do you guys prepare?
We actually didn't prepare.
Really?
Yes, we used to have a tournament, me and Brixel, and another team. It's the Saudi E-League and Valorant, and we are playing for fun in this tournament. We're not practicing or anything.
It's always good to play for fun.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, is the beef hard between you guys?
Is there beef?
No,
Yeah.
there is no beef.
Yeah.
Only small trash talk.
Okay. I mean, that's normal. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's normal.
Between friends.
Yeah. That's
So
good.
do you have a message for Fraggers, maybe?
You can look over
Yeah.
there. Yeah, Fraggers are watching you right now. Do you have anything to tell them?
Nothing to tell them, but the best of luck.
Wow.
That's nice.
A man of class. A man of class.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, so thank you so much for coming here and talking with us. I believe a lot of people enjoyed your insights, and I
Yes.
cannot wait to see you play, brother, up against Fraggers.
Yes, thank you.
We'll try to break, guys. See ya.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية. ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة. واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك.
And we are back, everybody, into the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, Valorant 5th edition. It's crazy. It's been going crazy. You can see Peach did it going crazy as well. And all smiles from Pico. But before we continue on, guys, I do want to inform you guys about something very important, and that is the e-crime hub. If you actually check over there, we do see the QR code where you could actually scan it on the phone, and I believe my fellow analysts have something more to say about it.
Yeah, so the e-crime hub has a lot of videos that show you and raise awareness on how to stay safe online. There are a lot of things that happen online, especially for maybe youngsters out there. You know, give it a go. Scan the QR code, you know, just go check it out. It'll keep you safe. It'll keep the people around you safe. And yeah.
Just level up awareness at ecrimehub.gov.ae. Or scan the QR code just like JT said. I mean, right here.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, sometimes we got disoriented. Where's the QR code? It's right over there, everybody. You can scan it up and check all the things that you need to do. Now, with that said, guys, we are going to talk about one of the most important matches that's about to come. And that is your friends from Team Rad versus Axe Mina. It's going to be an interesting matchup because there's a lot of story to bring into this matchup between the two. And what best way to start it off is by you guys talking about it.
Well, I'm excited because my friend, you know, I mean, they're really good. I mean, Reds showed us in their first game today how good they are. I don't know much about Axe Mina, but it's exciting. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm on the same team with you. I mean,
what about you?
Go Team Rad,
JT.
Okay, just a bit of backstory here. The reason why they became Axe Mina is because I introduced them to a friend who was looking for a team to sponsor, and now they become sponsored. So it's like you guys are Team Rads. I'm the one who recommended them to be Axe Mina, and it's gonna go crazy because let me tell you guys, there is an actual story into this. Okay, I was talking to them about it, that one of the players from Team Rad, Triple Z, who was playing Jet previously, his ex-teammates are currently in Axe Mina.
Oh.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, they also have the same map pool, and they both know how each other plays. So that's gonna bring a lot of, I guess, big question marks all around of who will be ahead.
Has like tips maybe, since they know their strategies.
Maybe they have each other's cheat sheets.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Let me time out. Let me see. Oh, they use strat number 5.
Oh, wait. Didn't he used to do this on B? Let's do the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It's gonna be a twist of wits here on depending on how well they can really use their utilities at hand. Because I was talking to your friends, guys, from Team Rats, and they really emphasize on how well they use their utilities, and we did see that in Ascent. So imagine if you're in the side of Team Axe Mina, would you give Ascent? Because it's also their favorite map, apparently.
I think Ascent is a very common map. It's like the first map you think about when you think about pro play, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But also in the same time, Ascent has been overused so much from strats, it's hard to make up new things, right? Having Lotus, I think, would be more of a challenge for both of them because it's kind of new, right? It hasn't been that long since Lotus came out, right?
It's been quite a lot of years.
I mean, look, Ascent came with the game.
Yeah.
Lotus is kind of new. I mean, they're still making new things, new metas, new strategies, you know? It's not overused still. in my
They're
opinion.
just keeping the game updated.
Yeah.
Let's say.
No, that's a good save.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, which is true. They do always update the map and change some sorts of things here. But let's throw it back to your boy Q and Tucker as they're going to be casting this phenomenal match. Take it away, boys.
Just like that, we are back. It's Tucker and Q back at it one more time. We've got another quarterfinal bout coming up in just a moment. Like they said, it's Team Rad versus Axmena on Lotus. And both of these teams coming off of a pretty one-sided match. However, Team Rad took down their opponent in the first round, Ajin, 13-2. So their confidence is sky high.
I see your lips running again. I was trying to see if I can get my sound working for you in the background. I couldn't get a feed, but I think I saw you say we're going to Lotus. I think I saw you mention the teams we were going to. But yeah, I'm excited to get down to it as we do see the as far as I see that we are getting ready to get on in here. We've got agent select going on. So as we do get ready, I mean, as far as for Lotus, I feel like they were mentioning it a little bit heading into that map. It's a map that, and by the way, I think it's fair to say still newer, released January 2023, right? I feel like a little bit better as far as a little bit newer in that regard, but I think still a lot that you can still be learning here as far as for this map.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely not as new of a map as something like Corrode or Sunset, but still, Lotus is not the tried and true. Of course, a lot of the best teams in the world, they've got the meta set in stone. They know exactly what to do every single round, every single situation, but we're not quite at the VCT level. We are at a very high amateur level, but there are still a couple of doubts whenever it comes to some of the newer maps, especially whenever you throw in some of the newer agents, such as Vice. Of course, Vice has been around for a little bit, but it's kind of that same argument. Like, Lotus is kind of new in the same way that Vice is also new, in the same way that Tejo is also kind of new. So it's just all a matter of how new do you need to be to classify yourself as new, because to some people, Lotus is old. It's been out for a couple of years. Vice is old. She's been out for, I think, at least a year. So it has been a while since Vice has come out. It's been a while since Lotus came out. But either way, it's fresh. It's new. It's not the same old 5v5 on Haven like we saw a little bit ago. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's nice and fresh.
Yeah, I would say maybe not quite that old on Vice, but you know what? We'll agree to disagree. Let's talk about Lotus here for a minute. A little bit different. You mentioned we just saw Haven in that last map, a 3-site map. Similar sort of here on Lotus, but obviously designed a bit differently. I would say that I think a lot of people more tend to favor Lotus as more of that a map that can kind of swing heavier than a Haven map. I'm going to be really interested to see as far as right up off of the rip. You know, we had heard our analysts talking about two teams who, you know, probably know a little bit as far as the approach that the other will be taking. Who's going to be able to, I guess, bring that little ace up the sleeve that you can really tell catches the other one off guard, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. So, a couple of differences between Haven and Lotus. Both of them do have 3 sites, so they're going to be very similar, right? Not necessarily. Haven has a very straight shot to B. Meanwhile, there are a couple of turns to the B site when it comes to Haven. The similarities, though, I would argue definitely outweigh the differences. B is very easy to retake on Lotus. Same thing with Haven. B is definitely the most easy to access site, but also the most easily retaken. Meanwhile, you got the long site for A on Lotus. It's the long site C on Haven. So it's a similar strategy, but you do have to be different than Haven because it's a lot more spacious.
You don't have quite those same long hallways that we do tend to see teams getting caught up in there on Haven as well. But as we mentioned there at the top of our last map, Tucker, every map of Valorant starts the same. It's the pistols in either hands, and Let's see who's going to be able to at least take the control early, because although we did see in our last map that you don't always necessarily win the second round after the first, normally you do. So it's going to be up to whether it's Team Rad or Axmina to see who's going to get that little first boost as far as momentum.
It's going to be Team Rad to get the first kill. Batista looks to push through. No, my goodness, Cosmo doesn't land the shot, and Chrome Hearts has a triple kill, make it a quad, and oh my goodness, just line them all up.
Smooth shots, clean shots. I always love seeing the one-shot pop-offs, man. It just lets you know that the aim's locked in, and to see that right off the rip in round number 1. Let you know that Chrome Hearts has come to play. Chrome Hearts maybe gets a little lucky as far as on kill number 2. That Cosmos is, no feet on the ground, makes those shots a little less accurate. But hey, you know what? Then turns around and finds 2 more. Team Rad now looking to try and see if they can go back-to-back to open things up on the offensive side.
Let's find out. Team Rad going to push over to the A site one more time. And I mean, last time they weren't even able to get to the site. It was just an absolute frag fest. As here comes Cosmo pushing through. It's not good enough for the kill. Mentally stable, taking down the Jet. Team Rad not going to waste any time at all. As here they go over to the west side of the map. They're going to try their hand at C.
Good hit. My blind is dead.
It's always tough when you're entry, not really able to find any space. And unfortunately for Axmina now, they're going to have to try and find a way to bounce back. You had mentioned how Team Rad was rotating. Well, they pivoted their focus towards B, able to find themselves another one. Spike should be going down here in just a moment, and with the advantage in the gunnies as well. Hold on a minute. I was going to say it should be an easier round, but Ballista has now found 3 kills and is turning this thing on its head.
And all of a sudden, it's up to Triple Z. They've got 1, they've got 2, they've got all 3. And it was looking dire. A round they should have destroyed. Stayed in, but it's Triple Z's putting them to sleep for the 3K to end it off and keep the anti-eco alive.
I give your hats off. Batista does a great job of making this round expensive. Does a lot with a little with the Sheriff. Almost does enough to be able to steal this round. I guess at least at most, or I should say at minimum, you can say you made the round expensive, so that should make things a little easier to bounce back moving forward. But now an important round here with the Vandals in hand. Axmina has pushed all the way up here on this A site, slowing down any potential push, but the only problem, nobody on the other side, and it's only the Vise on on C.
Vines keep them mentally stable exactly where they want to be, rather where they don't want to be. First kill goes the way of Batista. Headshot to Rads. Team Rad starting this round off with a big disadvantage. Omen ult is up and available if they choose to use it right now. But it seems like Team Rad is going to try their hand at rotating, maybe to B, maybe to A. Seems like B will be the deciding choice, but I'm not too sure how I like it. I like B on a pistol round in the early rounds, but the bonus round, maybe, maybe not. It's so easy to retake, though. That's my problem with it.
30 seconds.
I think your thought process is maybe you can get the advantage with the numbers because you have less people on C, or on B. The only problem is that wasn't quite the case. Instead, Team Rad turns the corner and just about everybody gets put down, and now it's all left to the breach. Cosmo finds the headshot, puts them down, and that allows for them to get their first round on the board.
Bonus round is secured by this team, as B-site is the target of attack, and it is very easily retaken before the spike even gets down. And a dynamic that I don't think is talked about enough on Lotus is how easy B-site is to take and how easy B-site is to retake and how hard C-site is. Because B-site is one of the easiest to retake in the entire game, and C-site is one of the hardest to retake in the entire game. So that's why whenever you get onto the C site, don't lose it very often. And this time, I don't even think we're going to get a site take. It's just going to be an absolute bloodbath here in the gardens of A. Maybe we get a plan, actually. Vice leading the charge, going to get there first. Got one Vice on each team, and it's the breach is the deciding factor on Team Rad. One-man advantage for this attacking team. Stinger not good enough. Vandal is just a little bit longer range, and let it happen, has a double.
Batista built different. You can see him react and feeling a little bit of the heat after that last round. And to be able to find that was, I'm kind of surprised to see the first Vice does the full like strafe to the left. And unfortunately, when you try to fire back, you're not going to have good accuracy off of that. But it makes it kind of easier to double things down. I figured once they had the spike down, it should have been an easy round win. And instead, Axmina has tied things up.
That they have. Fantastically done from Axmina. Taking the bonus round. It was looking pretty grim for a lot of that round for Axmina, but the double kill made it happen. We are all tied up. Team Rad's economy, a little shaky. Definitely not the best. If they lose this one, then things are going to be really, really, really bad. However, they do have an equalizer. It's the Blade Storm from Triple Z.
Try and see how much space you can earn with that Blade Storm. You've been able to at least get onto site here on C, but I like the patience from Axmina. They fall back, they know the Blade Storm's in hand, and well, they don't want to allow for that first pick to come across for free. They're okay with playing the retake here. 5v5, a whole bunch of util coming in here. The Knive's not gonna find anything. In fact, Axmina continues to be able to fight back. Mentally stable though, finds the 3K and is left in a 1v2, or sorry, 2v1. Let's see if they can pull it out here.
Dice has the kill. They've got the next as well. And that's another clutch here. Axmina winning the 1v2 twice in a row, this time on C. You do not get the C site retakes very often, so you've got to take them where you get them. Axmina has the lead.
That is a tough round to lose there. You had mentioned at the top what that was going to do to the economy, and it felt like things had turned around, especially when mentally stable finds the 3K in the middle of that round. And you thought had a bead turning the corner as well, but Dice instead puts them down back to back. A huge turnaround in that round, and Axmina feeling the vibe for now.
They've got pretty much every advantage you can muster. They've got 3 ultimates. Over Team Rad has a couple of heavy hitters. It's mentally stable with a great shot. Rolling Thunder coming out. The dueling Rolling Thunders, actually. Batista takes down mentally stable. Close range is Rad's. A little bit better with the Guardian. Vayne's still alive. The Thorn in their side. It's a 1v2 again. And this time, the third time doesn't happen. 3 1v2 clutches in a row would have been insane. But Team Rad's not going to let it slip that far.
And I think it's an important round to win here as well, because this was, I don't want to really, I always worry about calling rounds ego rounds, but you'd seen the defense, right? They push up and they're like, hey, we're just going to outslay you here. We're not worried about playing this whole take and retake scenario. We're just going to prove that our gunnies are better than you, because we have won back-to-back rounds, and since the rifles have been on the table, we've been the team winning. And instead, Team Rad stands their ground and does a phenomenal job of keeping themselves in this game, and we're off now into round 7.
Yar, Chrome Hearts starting off hot with the kill onto Dice. Peeking out is Chrome Hearts, a little better on the shots, but no, it's Vayne with a headshot from the Sheriff. Blade Storm is still active, but there's only 1 blade left, and the bullet beats the blade every single time. Plant going to go down. 1-man advantage for Rad, but the Steel Garden is activatable, but they might not even need it with another kill from this breach coming out. It's left up to the 1v2 once again. We know what they've been able to do. Can they do it a third time in 7 rounds? Ring around the rosy. Low HP for both of these players. Batista can't get it. And Team Rad stays there and takes the lead back.
Back and forth, it will continue to go as we were hoping so. Here in this round 2 matchup, top 8 trying to secure yourself a spot on Championship Saturday. And talk about cool, calm, and collect. You turn the corner. One shot is all that's needed to put things down and puts Team Rad back in the lead.
There'll be another A hit. Team Rad has gone A practically every single round. The Guardian up close is not good enough. Triple C takes one down, but is traded immediately. Dice has a second kill before being traded out. Batista, the timing, no! Turns around at the most inopportune time. Steel Garden will be popped out. Rotate is going to be severely halted due to that Steel Garden. Team Rad will get this plant down on A.
Like the idea, you make the noise after finding the frag over towards B, and it caused the rotation from the defense over towards B. It gave them all the space on A to be able to get the spike down. The only problem, Rads is unable to keep the back door closed, falls, and now it's going to be 2v2. Vane's going to be able to call both of these players out, gives their location away, and now you've got 2 different angles on the approach. Let it happen, looks to try and lead the charge with the Phantom. It's going to be the showstopper, but Vane finds 2, and that will mean that Axmina puts another round on the board.
With 17 HP to spare, we just keep going blow for blow. 2 heavyweights absolutely beating the heck out of each other. And it's 4v4. 1 ult on the board for Axmina. I mean, Q. At this point, you've almost reached a stalemate with how close these rounds have been. And with how Axmina is able to clutch up, if you take away those clutches, Team Rad is winning like 7-1.
I mean, we could say that really for either team, though. Both of these rounds, both teams have been winning rounds that have been relatively close. Lets us know that we might just indeed get that barn burner we were expecting. ZZZ will spray through the smoke and finds that opening frag here for Team Rad as they do look to push towards C. They're gonna bust the door down over towards B, as it does look like they want to at least leave their options open, but let it happen. Takes down Rads, and now all of a sudden Team Rads has a decision to make. ZZ turns the corner but only gets traded out.
Good for 1, though. A little bit of damage done on that breach as well. And finally, Dice is taken down by the opposing breach. And another 3 versus 2. And despite having the advantage, Team Rad have not been able to close out on these very consistently.
Spike planted.
All about the present. Now you got to make sure that you can do the best that you can in round number 9. 2v3. Everyone from Team Rads is, well, back in sight, and unfortunately you're going to have to worry about the high ground as well. Mentally stable, finds 1. Batista finds a pair, and unfortunately for ZZZ, it's 5 HP and a dream. Rounds the corner. If your shots are accurate, though, it doesn't matter how much HP you have. You'll put them down and win the round.
It was looking scary there for a second. Oh my goodness. I feel for every single Team Rad fan in the chat because the heart rate is going to be at, I'm going to assume, professional, aka unprofessional if you want to get technical with it. I'm going to assume that the heart rate for any Team Rad fan in the chat is going to be around 300 beats per minute at the end of this game. Because Team Rad has had so many of these rounds in the bag and then just immediately lets it back out. But we go to round 10. 5-4 is the score. Team Rad winning by 1. They've got a good start here. 2-for-1 trade-off, but Batista evens things up with a double kill. See sight, point of attack. Team Rad will spike this one down.
It's worth noting, too, a lot of those close rounds, it feels like Team Rad is dropping. It has been off the backs of big plays from Batista, who now finds the 3K. It's going to turn this into a 2v2. And Oh, nice job with the ult to slow down that push from doors. Batista, though, is now officially on site. Does have the better rifle. That's going to be the 4K. Let It Happens finds the 5th. And Axmina with another round.
This is actually wild. That's another round for Axmina. And another situation where Team Rad was in the advantage and they just can't close it out. It's 5-5. And we are absolutely flying through this map. It seems like it's moved so fast. And I mean, I love to see it, but slow down, guys. I can't take it.
One enemy remaining.
You almost wonder if maybe slowing down is the option, because right now they're just playing off pure slaying potential, it feels like, more than actually the strategy within the game itself. And I mean, you've won some rounds, sure, but I mean, you only have 2 more rounds as the dictator of the pace of the game, right? Because once you're on the defensive side, you're playing reactionary. So if you're wanting to try and at least give yourself the best advantage by half, I feel like maybe the more low and slow approach is what they're looking for. It does look like a slow creep over towards B, mentally stable. Will throw the paint shells out, but unfortunately the wall will shut them down, and you have to kind of make the decision. Do you want to stay and wait for a delayed push towards B, or do you use the door and push towards C? And it looks like they're going to go for a fake over towards C.
Seems like a ZZZ, though. All the way over towards A, gonna get the entire flank around.
Spike down B.
Gonna have to watch out for that Yoru. Kill for kill over near the B site. And it's another one-man advantage for Team Rad, but as we know from these previous rounds, that means absolutely nothing whatsoever. The question is, do they try to plant on B and try to fend off the retake? It looks like they will. They had an open site to C, but decided to stay here at Bravo.
Job by Cosmo, finds one, make it 2, and now it's going to be all left to Rads. It's a Vise v Vise. Mono e mono, time ticking down. Rads not gonna find the first rounds of shot, and he allows it to happen. Let it happen, you might even say, as Axmina puts themselves up by 1.
And there we have it again. Oh my goodness. Axmina managing to stay in this round again. Every single time, they just do not falter. The 4v3 turned to the 1v1, and Axmina, the finishing power and the finishing prowess of this team is unheard of. As we go to round 12, it's the last round before the half. Team Rad with a chance to tie this up. They've got 2 ults, same as Axmina. It's from the Shadows and the Rolling Thunder for Axmina. Meanwhile, from the Shadows and the Showstopper for Team Rad. And at this point, I don't even know what the economy's looking like because it's just been so back and forth.
There. Satchel out.
Good news is the economy will reset after this round, at least for now. Double satchel in, has the Showstopper here. Are you going to find value at all? Yeah, mentally stable will at least be able to take down Dice. Almost finds a second with the Vandal, turning towards that pivot point. Cosmo finds a pair, however. It leads it into a 3v3. Spike will eventually go down. Right now, it's going to be up to see if Axmina has the ability to take the lead at half.
Steel Garden will be popped. I like that choice. The clock is ticking, but from the Shadows also being popped to get onto site will be canceled immediately. How do you retake this one? Batista is leading the charge. Gonna peek around slowly. They can't get themselves cornered. It's a double kill though for Team Rad. And 1 for 1 for 1. All 3 of them taking down their opponent. So it will be 6-6 at the half as we switch sides. Axmina now on the attack. And hopefully they will be able to hold these rounds down a little bit better than Axmina, than Team Rad was on the attack. Excuse me, got my team.
One enemy remaining.
All things considered for Team Rad, I think you're okay with being tied up at half just because it does feel like they gave up a few rounds. I think that still is something that you can feel positive about moving forward, because if you can just tighten things up a little bit, you should be able to secure things down. But sometimes going to defense in this close of a match is a little difficult for squads, because again, you're no longer the one who's controlling the pace. You're the one who's having to play reactionary. So let's see if Team Rad can feel comfortable here in the pistol.
If Axmina is able to get off to a hot start for the second half, I think they should be able to push this to a pretty easy win. Because definitely feeling disappointed in themselves letting up a couple of those rounds when they did not need to. Of course, it's still fine. It could be a lot worse. They're still at a 6-6, but there were quite a few rounds that did not need to be losses, but ended up being losses. Very quick execute onto a site. The breach is still holding out hope to keep them off of it, but the spike will go down. And they need to get this one-man down post-plant. We've seen what Axmina can do, but can Team Rad do the same thing? Doesn't look like it. Double kill from Batista ends that dream. First round goes to Axe.
See, they seem excited over there, over on the team, the Axmina side. Gives themselves a lead heading forward into the second half, but we know for sure that you aren't going to feel too comfortable with just a one-round lead. Not with the way that things have gone, but I do got to say, it feels like that is a round that was relatively clean for Axmina. So if they can continue to look that like sharp, who knows? Maybe they, I mean, would it be fair to call Axmina the upset here? I'm not sure, but from the way that Team Rads has been more losing the rounds they've losing versus Axmina winning the rounds that they've won in the first half, it feels like it would be considered so.
Another heavily favored A push. There's only one on a site, but they've got to watch out for the flank. Hero buy up from Cosmo, and no chance for Triple Z. Should be an easy plan, but they've got to watch out for the flank. Mentally stable, has the classic. However, Vayne has a little bit bigger of a gun. Make it one, make it two. Not quite the triple. Axmina still in control, but it's still not done yet. Now it is. Batista has the headshot onto the Omen counterpart, and Axmina will win the anti-eco as well, pushing them to the bonus.
Oh yeah, Batista always seems to be popping up when needed, when called upon here for this Axmina squad. And you're feeling good. It's a nice round to win. You go back to back, you're up by 2. But as I mentioned earlier, this is where the half truly does start. We'll see those rifles in the hands of all the players over on that Team Rad side, a mixture amongst Axmina. For you, if you can bonus things up though, that's when that that momentum way that you can ride through the rest of the second half is really available.
A lot of fighting, a lot of shooting rather, not a lot of fighting just yet. Do have a little bit of auditory clues, I guess. Axmina decided to take this one slow. That is what they have to do on the bonus round. They are at a disadvantage for this round, so they don't want to just rush in. The Vandals and the Phantoms will destroy them every single time. Axmina favoring the west side of the map. They've got to watch out for the utility there. The breach is also there. That's the Razorvine. They are going to dash through it. Watch out for the breach. It's the Bulldog that's a little bit better. However, nothing beats a Sheriff headshot from close range. C site is busted wide open. Team Rad, though, still lingering around. They're going to have a chance at this post plan.
Mentioned though, a tougher site to be able to push back onto and get control once you've lost it. They've got time because everybody was already over here. You don't have to wait for the rotation. Mentally stable finds one. ZZZ finds another, but it's been back and forth. And now it's all left to Vayne. Vayne gets found. It's a 1v1 here, actually. Vayne mentally stable. Who's going to find the shots? It's Vayne who has the ice in the veins, and that's another round here for Axmina as they now go up by 3.
I'm telling you, there's just something of this Axmina team. They are so good in the clutch scenarios. Whether it be 1v1 or 1v2, At point, Axmina was at a 3 versus 4 disadvantage. So many rounds that they have won off of a disadvantage. It is absolutely unreal stuff.
Is this where we see that similar story that we had kind of seen in that SOS retro for less map, where it was back and forth for a while and then a team all of a sudden runs away with it? Because that's starting to be what it like here. Of course, now after winning that 3rd round in a row, they will have the gunnies here, and they're already starting off hot with 2 opening frags, pushing their way onto the C site. They will fall, and it's all going to be left here now to the breach in a 4v1. You just hope to maybe find one. You can't even do that. Axmina now up to double digits.
Here we are. 10 rounds to 6 rounds. Ever since the second half started and ever since Axmina got onto the attacking side, it has been all Axmina, and I mean all. You gotta wonder if the attacker nature of this Lotus map definitely benefits them at all, because it was 6-6 at the end of the first half, but ever since Axmina flipped to the better side of Lotus, it has been lights out for Team Rad.
Well, we're in a dangerous spot here now, right? Because, yeah, you might have rifles going into this, but if you lose this, you're in that same broken econ situation, while Axmina is 1 round away from being 1. You've got to stop the bleeding. Mentally stable. Don't shoot that. Nice trigger control. Still sitting on the other side of this smoke. Turns the corner. Finds 1, but will be traded out by Vayne, who's actually going to find a pair. That's going to get the green light here for Axmina to push onto the site. Vayne, shooting out of his mind, has been able to find 3, and with that, Axmina gets the spike down.
2 versus 4. Team Rad has a couple of good weapons. They've got an operator, which I would argue isn't the best retake, and Triple Z going to run away. Q, do you know the legend of Jame, the Counter-Strike player?
Can't say that I do. Fill me in.
Triple Z is pulling. Get an op. Any clutch situation. 1v1, 1v2, 1v3. Run away. Save the op. Do whatever you can to save that op. Do not let the other team get that op. But I don't think it's going to matter. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh,
Look
no.
behind you. Oh. Oh. Dice. Stay.
Oh. Did he stay alive?
The suspense is killing me. Go March. He's alive. The op stays in the hand of Team Rad.
Big save there for you, because you're not going to be walking in with much else into this next round. He is still alive, but as we watch back on the replay, how much does it matter when Vayne is shooting like that? Has been leading the charge, it does feel like at times, for this Axmina squad, which when you combine that with the firepower of ZZZ, there's no surprise that they're knocking on the doorstep of securing themselves a spot in the semifinals.
2 ops to 1. Oh my goodness. Pixel perfect snipe practically. Team Rad has the advantage thanks to that op. Shout out to Jame Time. Had to keep that one alive. 5 versus 4. No, that was the fake Yoru. ZZZ fell for the trap. The real Yoru's right behind them. Oh my goodness. Axmina has a great kill taking down the opper. However, Team Rad still has the advantage, but Axmina has proved time and time again that disadvantages do not matter. Showstopper gets popped out, close range, mentally stable's a little bit better on it. Dice has 1 as well, taking the trade perfectly.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, great shot from Batista as well. And there we've got the double. Match point, Axmina.
Batista showing up in a big way, getting the last couple of frags there, and now puts them on to map point. This was 6-6 at halftime, mind you. And then Axmina has been in the driver's seat since they moved onto the attacking side. They're in the fast lane with the pedal to the metal.
That they are.
Enemy remaining.
It's match point. Axmina has won 6 in a row on the attacking side. And if they can just win one, then Team Rad will be eliminated. And that's a fantastic start for this Axmina team.
That opening frag just may be the start of the end here. You can see they're quickly trying to find a way to get onto site. The garden will slow them down just a little bit, but then Rads needs to fall back. ZZZ is on the flank, and with the knives out is probably their last chance at it. But Cosmos turns around, hits him with the one shot. You have a big ulti that comes in here, but that's not enough to slow things down. They wait too long to push, and it feels like there's just nothing that Team Rads can do. Axmina looks to secure the bag here.
Steel Garden comes out as a last-ditch effort. It's the shorty game to end it, and that is 13-6 final score. One of the dominant halves I have seen in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament for every event I've been here for. Axmina absolutely destroyed on attack.
Literally the tale of two stories. First half as close as it can be, back and forth, and then a sweep in the second half as well. I mean, wow, what a turnaround. I'm really excited to actually hear what our analyst desk thinks about that one. Let's go ahead and send it back to JT and our analysts.
Thank you so much, yo boy Q and Tucker. That was a phenomenal cast, by the way. And like they said, the first half, it was even Stevens between the two teams. And then the second half, that's when everything changed. It's like the switch from Axmina was like, time to dominate.
It really is. I have a few notes about what happened during the game. I realized like first half, as JT said, it was like just step by step. Like each team were getting around, but right after I realized that Axmina are really, really, really good at taking sites if they want them. Like they even when the site was almost stacked, they play together really well, use utility really well, and communicate really well. And they always trade each other no matter what. Even if someone's not placed behind another person, they always get sight and they flawlessly trade each other. And that's amazing. I mean, it was a good try from Rad's Esports. But I think Axmina took this one, and they took it hard.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it was really intense. They started off with Team Rad's Chrome Heart got like a triple kill at the pistol round. And then the second round, triple kill with Triple Z. And then Axe are playing like really aggressive. I can see that. And like in defending and apparently even in attacking. yeah. They were really aggressive, and like things got really intense at some point.
Yeah, I guess that goes to show how well they manned as a team. Just something to put into note in case you guys don't know. Previously, I think you just won a tournament pretty recently in Valorant last month. So you can tell, like, going into this tournament itself in Dubai Police Esports, they were ready. They were formed well to the point that you can tell by the way they were playing. Yes, the first half was a bit of tug of war between the two. The moment you were released as attackers, this time around, they just showed that they were the better team at the end of the day. Like, no matter how you put it, it was a dominating second half, and that's what, you know, I feel like pushed back Team Rads a bit. Because kind of felt like, yes, you have good utilities at play, but sometimes when the team is just, the opposing team is just way too good, you kind of get lost in translation, and you can't end up playing your own game. You end up playing their game, and that's when things really went badly for them.
If I can say something, like what I actually observed, I can tell that Team Rads kept on like peaking, and sometimes like they didn't have to peak.
Yeah. The ego peaks were a lot.
Yeah, it was too much, honestly.
Let's go see the scoreboard. As we can see, holy.
I like that. You just felt like, holy.
I saw how Batista played, and honestly, even on Sheriff, on rounds where he just had a Sheriff, he was popping off. And the kills were amazing. The flicks he was getting were also awesome. There are some rounds where he was eco, and you know, he would clutch up rounds with just a sheriff.
And that's the thing, like, what you can't count them out when you think that these shouldn't be winning the rounds. They're on they're on pistols. You're like they're on the full buy and you're on pistols, and somehow they still win it. And that goes to show how much star power this team has. And I can't wait to see more of them coming into this. And there's so much they can offer.
Yeah, I think they were really intense. They were like really strong, and yeah.
Yeah, it is an interesting story out so far. So, you know, kudos again for Team Reds. Like, your friends, you know, they tried their very
they
best.
tried their best.
Either ways, I'm proud of them.
I mean,
they did their best.
You got your 3K.
Yeah.
My friend got his 3K. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I mean, like, kudos again to them. They tried their very best. At the end of the day, the winners will be Axmina. With that said, we will have a special guest after our break. See you guys then.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown?
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
We look so short.
Yeah. I don't even see it.
Hello, guys. We are back here at the desk, and of course, we are with a special guest from Axmina. We have Dice, the tall mountain of of a guy right here. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, grateful because we won. My team, I'm proud of them. They did really good. That was a good game.
Yeah, definitely. I just have a question for you guys, because I have heard that one of the, I guess your team members used to be playing with one of the guys who's playing in
Rats.
Rats,
Yeah.
He told me about it. So how did it feel like playing up against them coming here in this map?
I mean, he preferred to play with me. I mean, I don't know what happened between them, but he just said like he wanted to play with me and stuff, and I formed a team, and that's it basically.
Okay. Did you have any strategies going into the game? Do you guys scrim? Do you guys practice? What do you guys do?
We did a few practice before we play. Especially, we did practice a lot of Lotus, but we still have problems in defense, I guess. But it's an attack map anyways. Yeah, it was less miscommunication in the beginning.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Were you guys intentionally playing aggro?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah,
Yeah?
that's our play style. Yeah, we want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you more questions here. As a experienced IGL, like you've been in Dubai Police for a long time, and I've been talking about you all the time when I cast. You know, what has that experience from before to now? What has changed in your commanding or how you are in the player and what you think about the game?
I mean, I played with so many teams before.
Yeah.
And I'll always be the IGL. Because to be honest, I think I put effort too much. I watch to like VCT games and watch pro players. Especially, I was also one of the best IGLs in the world for me. His name is Poster. I really like him.
100%.
I learn from him as well and try to do my best. So that's basically it. I'm trying to play in my own style. That's why. And communicate with my team. And they like it. They said, I really like your calls. We should listen to you always. They always recommend me as an IGL.
That's nice. Do you have a message to your next team that you're gonna be against?
Good luck.
Look at the camera.
Look
Tell
at
them.
the camera.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you have anything else to ask our special guest here?
I was thinking of something, but I forgot.
I mean, the presence of the
Actually, yeah, 1 second. Do you think communication is the key to the game?
Yeah,
is it
of
like
course.
Is it like the main focus on
Yeah,
everything?
it's a team game, especially for an IGL. I need to keep them always focused with me and gathering them, because sometimes like they lost focus and they don't listen, so I need to force them to listen to me.
Do you sometimes face like miscommunication between you guys, or someone does something wrong?
Yeah,
in
it
the
happened
map?
like in defense.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you saw, there's a round like I sold my Guardian by mistake. And I bought Stinger. And we lost that round because I think we won. I think
I think you won.
Yeah,
You guys
we
won.
yeah,
You
we-
still somehow won.
Yeah.
It was a
With a
good retake
stinger.
by my team. yeah.
Honestly, you guys were really good.
Yes, you guys did pretty
Thank
well.
you.
And I'll wait before we, close this interview. I do want to ask a question. There's a lot of aspiring players that has been watching Dubai Police, and you've seen your name plastered multiple times as one of the best IGLs in Dubai. What can you say to them? Like, how can they become as good as you? What words of wisdom you can give to them?
To be honest, I always feel like you have to play more and try to learn from your mistakes. Basically, I just like to watch players. That's how I learn, to be honest. I just watch good players. I just learn from them. Yeah.
There you have it, guys. That is Dice, who gave us a lot of words of wisdom. I wish you all the best, brother.
Thank you
Hopefully,
so much.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Good luck
Thank
on your
you.
next
Thank you.
match.
yes, who knows? Maybe you'll reach until the grand finale. Who knows? So many possibilities.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. That is what we're going to end up with, guys. Now, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys after the break. See ya.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال، يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
is Stephen. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown on your...
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
And welcome back to Dubai Police Esports Tournament Valorant 5th edition. Can't believe it's been 5 editions already. It's crazy. Now, now with that said, guys, it's going to be Team SOS versus Team Fraggers. It is going to be a match to see, and not only that, it's the best of 3.
Let's go.
Yay.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
I am excited to the power of 100.
Oh.
That's how excited I am. Because, guys, I did a lot of preparation to talk about this match alone itself. I mean, we already talked about Fraggers who have won multiple tournaments in Dubai Police. Not only have you won once, but you won 5 times in different placings. From first place, 3 times, by the way, second place, and third place. So they have won multiple times. But the main thing to talk about here is Team SOS, because not only do they have Koji, who's from WKNK, we had him here interviewed actually,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And then we have Woi, we have Brixel, we have Suichi. By the way, Suichi is very sneaky.
He's sneaky.
He's sneaky. If you guys remember Akai from Falcon Esports, oh boy, that is him. The prodigy is back. And of course, we also have Vic. So, you know, it's going to be one heck of a match.
Yeah, I remember when I went to Saudi League, I actually watched Akai play live, and it was awesome. He's amazing. I mean, you know, he's our country's prodigy. You know, Akai, much love.
I think things are going to be very, very more intense than the last matches. Since it's best out of 3, I just will be hoping for the best, and good luck to the teams.
Yes, good luck to both of them. I think it's going to be a very close game. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is the semifinals, guys. Could you imagine? The semifinals, there's only 4 teams remaining. And to the next day, that will be the grand finals and on the other semifinals. But there's only 4 teams left, and it's crazy. And as crazy as it is, we're going to throw it away to Tucker and your boy Q, who will continue on the craziness there.
And just like that, we are back after our hiatus, and we've got a best of 3 coming at you hot and ready. Thank you, JT. And we talked about the storylines a little bit over on the analyst desk. Once again, shout out to JT. But also, we heard in the interview that Vic is a former member of Team Fragger, so there's a little bit of love lost there.
Yeah, you always love when you get the chance to be able to show up and show out against the former team, right? And Fragger's a team that have continued to be able to perform in their own right, in their own name. So not only for you there, Vic, you get the chance to, 1, show up the upset on the big dogs, but 2, you get then in turn also get yourself a spot in the grand finals. So how much more can you really ask for to be on the table for a single player, especially with the way they've been performing? I would imagine they're going to come in locked in, ready to roll.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You've got to be as locked in as possible. So it is a best of 3. So that means you need to win 2 maps. And the first map we're going to is going to be Ascent, where SOS will defend. This was the Fraggers pick. So, of course, SOS gets their choice of SOS. Very wisely choosing to defend, because this is one of the most defender-sided maps in the entire game.
I mean, 1, it's a 2-sided map, which makes things easier than a lot of the 3 map or 3 site options that you have in the pool right now, right? But also, it is a map that just for so long has had its, I guess, meta, that you can say that even despite the fact that traditional meta throughout the rest of the maps may always kind of been the typical sort of agents that you see. I mean, look at what we're seeing as far as in our agent select now. Basically, all the tried and true that you've always seen on Ascent. So, well, I guess we've seen one change since I did mention that. But other than that, I mean, we'll see a lot of what we're used to seeing on Ascent. It's just about who can do it better. And I think when you talk about going into a best of 3, it's a good way to really be able to set the tone here, especially you mentioned Fraggers, their map pick.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, there's not too much that stands out to me on this best of 3 map ban choice. Of course, first map's going to be Ascent. We go to Lotus for our second, which we've seen earlier. It's not most teams' first pick, but it's definitely in the rotation. And then, if needed, we will be going to Bind, Sandy, Desolate, Wasteland for our decider. But we might not even need it. Fraggers is a very good team, and they are very much set on making as quick work as possible. I mean, so far, their matches today, they haven't even allowed 11 rounds combined.
They've been a team that's really been popping off here, and rightfully so. Again, understandably so as well. A team name that through the region we know is tried and true and tested, and especially when we look at the roster, all players that we know, even just to their own selves, have that fragging potential, that fragging power. Of course, as we do see S Squad, I think back to that matchup we had seen on screen. Brixel had a couple of high octane sort of plays. Same thing for Vic. So honestly, you got firepower on both sides. I just can't wait to see what they're bringing to the table.
Neither. So, Ascent, what are we looking for to start things off? Of course, the Fraggers, arguably the favorites, but they are starting on the weaker side. I think it's going to be a point of hitting hard and hitting fast for both of these teams, because of course both of these teams have something in their advantage, something out of their advantage. Fraggers have pretty much made a run at every single DPET in the past. Meanwhile, SOS, they are starting on the defense for Ascent, so they have a big advantage there. So I think SOS, if they're able to win these first couple of rounds, that's going to be a huge confidence booster. Meanwhile, if Fraggers start off, that could send them into a spiral very quickly. And also, Q, who we got up there in the top right corner? Is that the new agent?
Is the new agent. I'm kind of surprised to see being brought out here. You know what? That might be the ace up the sleeve that just makes you feel a little bit more confident moving forward here. Should be a lot of fun. I'll kind of wait. I'll be really interested to see how it plays out within practice itself. I don't know if I've really gotten to see too much of it, but I think the other thing that you're talking about, what we're looking for in this map, Tucker, is who's going to be able to control middle, because both ends up being a pretty big pivot point, especially over on the offensive side. So it does look like, at least as far as for now, Fraggers seem to have the control. They're just trying to figure out their options here. It's a slow sort of approach. They haven't quite figured out as far as which way they want to go just yet.
Take flight.
Going to let you in on a little secret. This is my first time ever seeing Waylay used in a game, and I am so incredibly excited as already we see Waylay using that ability, getting back a little bit of information, and then immediately retreating. Heavy. Look at how close range this is. I don't think they know that there's there. Ebby is able to get one, but any more? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Shuichi has the easy kill. Meanwhile, the Waylay peeking out, trying to keep this round alive. Turns it from the 1v4 to the 1v2.
Still going to be quite the challenge. You got to be able to pick up the spike and be able to finish things up. Is going to be able to backtrack there. Unfortunately, has not been able to pick up the spike. Still has to worry about 2 players as well, and it will be Brixel who will be able to put them down. SOS win the pistol round.
Fantastically done. SOS starting off cool, calm, collected, and they were able to hold off Fraggers. It was a great clutch attempt from Tyke, but it was not good enough. The Waylay can't quite push it through, so SOS will have the advantage for this anti-eco.
It's always easy to overreact after losing a pistol round if you're a fan of the Fraggers, right? But it's still early. It's easy to bounce things back. I think also, too, it's always easy when you are rocking the chamber as well. I think that Headhunter can be a pretty cheap, easy still big impact sort of playmaker in rounds like the one that we got here. Of course, they're going to have to push together here through Tree. Taiku's going to be able to put down the first one here. Back and forth as they go. Fraggers, however, are going to be able to buy the room that's needed. They take up Heaven, as well as they will be able to continue pushing through that door. That, hold on, Vic's got other things in mind. Able to put Casper down and actually slows down this push a little bit here, Tucker.
Yeah, we saw what Vic was able to do with the op in his first matchup of the day, and the Marshal is no different, it seems. That's another kill for Vic. Aim Hunter, close range, not good enough. It's Vic with the 3K. Ebby taken down.
Felt like in that round there, just a little bit of hesitation as far as fully pushing onto the site. No, I mean, we saw him being able to take space, but then without the spike being down, they just kind of allowed SOS to regain and put themselves right back into the play. It's a tough round to be in. Obviously, you're at the lower advantage as far as on the gunnies, so understandably so. But now it's going to be rifles into play here for Fraggers. They've got to start bouncing back in a big way. Remember, this is their map pick. You don't want to fall behind here early.
Standing ahead. No, you don't. Especially since, like you said, this is their map pick. They are the favorites. They don't want to give SOS any chance at all. They want to be as dominant as possible. They want it to start off a little bit better. Of course, it is very hard to get the ball rolling on attacker's side Ascent, so I wouldn't start pressing the panic button just yet. We aren't even at the bonus round. So I think if they're able to win this bonus round without leaving too much up for SOS to grab, then things will be okay. But Vic is automatically showing off their skills. There's two in a row as Shuichi is hindered. Tyke decides not to push through, and SOS will have to fall back, but it's Fraggers with a huge disadvantage off this bonus round.
So trying to figure out which way they want to take this thing here as they're looking to make an approach onto the B site. The only problem is you are going to have to work one around that Cypher util, but you also have a second player here on the defending side as well, and understandably with not really having gotten any information, it's a slow approach. I like the fact that you keep Tyke over here to be able to at least give away a little bit of information, but those sound cues as well as the smokes are also going to give an indication to the defenders over here on B that you have the people pushing onto site. Casper, well, is Evie going to turn the corner? They both find one, and that means they'll be able to get this spike down, and, well, they might just get themselves another round.
2 versus 2 as the spike does plant. Boy, chilling out with the stinger. They've got long range. Are they going to be able to retake this site? The spike is ticking, and they shouldn't win this round, but Fraggers is holding very, very strong.
One enemy remaining.
Couple shots through. Oh my goodness, Vic. Headshot through the wall. And they might be able to catch the next one as well. Ebby takes a couple more, and it's the clutch up. 1 versus 2. Keeping the bonus round in play. And wow. However, question is, there was so much money and so much weaponry taken away from Fraggers. Are they going to be able to come back in this post-bonus round?
I mean, I don't think you're too concerned about it here heading into the round. You should still be feeling pretty good. You made that, I mean, relatively expensive, right? You're able to, again, since you were in the bonus situation, it's not like you necessarily had the Vandals to match against the Vandals. Again, you made it expensive. It's now really going to be about this round here. If you drop 2 in a row, that's when maybe you start worrying, because again, games really do start once the Vandals and Phantoms come into play. It's looked like this time around, as far as for Fraggers, they wanted to give at least a little bit of sound indicators over towards B. It's going to be a slow pivot over towards A. The only problem is it was Aim Hunter who was carrying the spike. They do fall early, so there's going to be at least the information that's been given over here as Casper looks to try and retrieve this, and I would imagine probably look to pivot back through mid. No, actually playing a little bit more aggressive, and will look to take this fight here, Asuchi.
SOS has another advantage. They had this in the bonus round as well. They were not able to finish it out. Here comes the converging paths. Zooming through. through the A site, and there's Tyke with one. Looking to make it a second, decides to refract back. But all of a sudden, the Fraggers went from being down 2 to up 2. 3 versus 1. Brixel is the last alive. Can they land the shot? Doesn't look like it. But Fraggers should have an easy way out with this 3v1, as Brixel has had a couple of great clutch rounds in the past, but I don't think they'll be able to get this one.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. 3v1, realizing more than likely you're not going to be able to get this thing down. You would like to at least get one more rifle out of a pair of hands, but unfortunately unsuccessful in that regard. So the scoreboard will show a tie at 2-2. I know there will probably be those who think maybe you save there, and while I understand the thought process, I think it's more about trying to make sure Fraggers can't build up too much economy. And also, stranger things have happened. It's still early on. We're heading into round 5. It's not like you're pressing the panic button here if you're SOS, but it definitely seems that as much as, well, maybe SOS had a grasp of things at the beginning of this map, now that, well, everything's on the board, Fraggers are showing why they're one of the best around.
That they are. They're showing exactly why they are the dynasty team of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. As I believe JT said, 3 wins for this event. Don't think they've finished any lower than 3rd place. As the gunfire pops out, it's SOS with the advantage. However,
spike down mid.
they do have an ult as well, despite having to buy up with just a sheriff on one of their players. They've got an ult, they've got an advantage, and now they've got an out for this round. It's a 4 versus 1. Tyke is the last one, but all of a sudden, Tyke evens this thing up just a little bit. It's a 1 versus 2, dashes away. Only 5 bullets though, and refracts back to the original position. This is where the movement of Waylay can be so monumental. However, only 3 bullets in that Phantom.
Yeah, 3 bullets in the Phantom. You don't have the spike. I mean, it would really take a monumental sort of mistake here from SOS to bring this thing back on in. It will be a thrifty round at the end of things. And again, another one of those situations, save, probably the better option. But hey, you know what? You give what you can get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the choice from that Waylay. I think that Tyke made a great choice because in the 4v1, you know you're going to lose it. So try to make it the least impactful for the economy as possible, because if your team wins a thrifty, it's going to mean great things. But the less and less and less that you can keep them from taking, and the less that you can keep them from holding, the better.
No, in round number 6. Remember, the last couple of times, the Fraggers have had their push ended relatively quickly, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing here. Vic opens things up, shoots, he finds 3. And now it's SOS back into the lead, and I do believe, not mistaken, that should pretty well just about break the economy, or maybe they have one more buy, but SOS should be in a pretty good spot going into round 7 here.
Yeah, I think they have to save on this round. Either that or like force buy for Spectres and Stingers. They're not going to have a full buy. I know that for sure. The loadout is going to be weak. They're going to be missing a couple of weapons here and there. And I think this is probably just a save. Go down by 3 and try to fight back, because we all knew that this was going to be a hard fight for Fraggers on the attacking side. So going down by 3 isn't the end of the world here. Punish Fury is brought out by the Fraggers team on the attack, but it's not good for anything. Shuichi immediately takes them down. And already it's SOS with a 1-man advantage, and it's only going to get bigger and bigger as Koji and Woy just make them fall. As Tyke's left in another 1v4, turn it to a 1v3.
They can make happen here. Don't have the spike again, getting separated away from that. And with 3 players aiming down sight, you really don't have much of a chance once you're around the corner. SOS put another one onto the board. And while we do know the potential of this Fraggers squad, Again, you do always worry when a team starts to build some momentum. That's 3 big rounds in a row as we do get ready for potential 4th.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Double kills from Koji and Roy were just absolutely magnificent, playing off of each other perfectly and ending up pretty much securing that round. Here comes the tour de force from Aim Hunter. Not good for the shot. Peeks out, and Shuichi has the kill with the Phantom headshot. And that is another wasted ult on the Fragger side. Brixie over near B, taking down Tyke as well. SOS just keeps them falling quicker and quicker and quicker every single round, it seems.
Last player standing. Spike down
I'm kind of confused. Like, I understand you were trying to save here on this round, right? So I don't understand leading with you lead with the tour de force, and then when you're short, you pop the. I mean, you're using a lot of ults and not really getting much value at all. It's a really costly round at the end of the day here for Fraggers.
Shut down. Very much so. Because not only does it lose the money that you had, and I knew it wasn't a lot, but it also just reinforces everything that SOS needs and had, because it reinforces how much money they've got, because it's essentially a free round. A little bit of utility was used, but they gained so much of it because they didn't lose any money. They didn't lose any guns. They gained a couple of ult points from it as well. So overall, just a very costly round for the Fraggers, and they're going to need to fight to get that back. And off the start, they already have one, but they're going to need a little more than just one kill. Hopefully they can catch Shuichi, because if not, Shuichi might be able to pop off for 2 or 3 here.
Once the smoke goes down, it's going to be a draw, and Casper falls. As mean once again. Numbers will be brought to dead even here, and it's going to be up to the Fraggers to figure out which way they want to pivot this thing. Looking to go through tree, they'll at least get the location reveal onto one. The only problem is they don't know that Koji's right around the corner. He's going to be able to find 2. That means they have to full send onto the site because they don't know if their 6 has been cleared. But now it's like fish in a barrel. You got people up high. You're going to have another person clearing in from below as well. It's going to be tough to get the spike down, Tucker.
And it will be. Once again, Tyke's left in a clutch situation. It's the Waylay. Good for 1, not good for the second. SOS already over halfway to the win. We aren't even on the second half yet. We're not even really close, as we're just now about to start round 10. Just 3 more rounds of damage that SOS can do. And honestly, Q, I would never have expected this at the start, but there is a realistic chance that we go into halftime 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely rolling right now. And remember in that last map that we saw from SOS as well, right? We had seen where SOS was kind of brought things to a draw in their map that we had seen earlier for against Retro for Less. But then once they got things figured out, they had things figured out. Does that mean that the Fraggers are going to be able to make the adjustment in time? Only time will tell. It feels like it has to be this round, if not one more. But Koji holding it down will at least stop the first initial push onto the site. Brixel turns the corner, able to find 1 as well. Make it 2. Means on the retake here, number is going to be an advantage for SOS, as now it'll just be Evie, the last one left alive.
Great use of the Desperado. Brixel knew that they were going down, so they tried everything in their power to get that last kill, and they were able to, making that trade a 2-for-1 instead of a 1-for-1. And ultimately, that helped them win this round and push them over that magic 8 mark. Go to round 11. Fraggers have got to start doing some damage control, as I know that Asin is defender-sided, but anything more than 8-4 at halftime is very difficult to come back from. 10-2, practically unheard of.
Revealing area. Feels like if you're going to make this manageable, it has to be on the back end of your attacking half, and you only get 2 more cracks at it this time around. Gonna make a push here through mid up towards Pizza. There's not gonna be anyone there just quite yet, but you have to worry about Market, and that will be a slow draw here for Tyke. It's Brixel that does sit on the other side here. take a quick peek. More than likely won't want to overextend, especially with the smoke sitting right up over onto the other side. The good news for SOS is they're not pressed here. Hold on a second. Brixel's going to find 2. Can you make it 3? Not quite. Aim Hunter puts them down, but the problem is now Aim Hunter has to worry about people in front and from behind. They got to find a way to make themselves a little bit of extra room here, because otherwise they'll be spelling disasters. And 2v2 here at this situation. The spike has not been able to move.
Be stuck in a very precarious position.
Last player standing.
Peeks out.
One
1
enemy
versus
remaining.
1.
Spike down.
As it's
B.
Vic versus Casper.
30 seconds left.
Omen versus Jet. And Vic just doesn't miss. I was about to talk about the HP disparity. However, whenever you've got a Vandal and whenever you can land your headshots, health does not matter. That's an instant kill every single time.
Realistically, one of those situations that once Brixel gets the double there, right? Like that should be a round that you win. But they made it close. It gives Fraggers almost that false sense of hope. So for Vic to be able to win that final 1v1 has to be quite frustrating over on that Fragger side. They get one more chance to try and cut into this deficit. As you mentioned, if they are unsuccessful in that regards, and SOS is already up to double digits, mountain could be too steep to climb.
Oh my goodness, Koji with a double. Shuichi just pushing out as far as possible. Roy has a great shot, only good for 1 though. EB has a nice trade, but still, 3 versus 2 is the story, and Koji taken behind. 23 HP left for Aim Hunter, and Aim Hunter practically just looking at the camera, accepting his fate. He knows exactly what's about to happen. Peeks around, looks for the shot, has it, but not able to land it. The spike is all the way on the other side of the map, Q. Simply not happening. It's going to be 10-2 going into halftime. SOS absolutely steamrolling.
This is the same matchup I was getting told about before we jumped back in from the break. 'Cause I was told Fraggers were going to be able to come out here and really shine. And it's been the quite opposite, has it not? I mean, SOS has just been all gas, no breaks, and Fraggers just seem lost. It's not about like even just the strategies or anything like that. Even when it comes to just their ones, SOS are hitting their shots.
Yeah, let me just double check. Yeah, this is the match. This is what we're supposed to be seeing. This is Fraggers. This is SOS, and I mean, SOS just absolutely came to play, and I'll take credit for it as well. Like that was my fault. Like I absolutely hyped up Fraggers because this team has been steamrolling every single Dubai Police Esports tournament in the past, but this one, SOS is just a little bit better, at least for map 1. EB's able to keep this thing somewhat alive, but it's still SOS with a 1-man advantage, and they're going to get the spike down relatively unmatched.
Tough situation to be potentially looking at here. If you are Fraggers, you would really like to start the half with the round win, but now at this point, it's all left to Casper, who turns the corner, wins that draw, but has to worry about Koji. Here on the other side, is the smoke to play around, and that's actually Vic, I'm sorry. Vic is get put down, and there's enough time for the defuse. Big round here to be able to put one on the board.
Needed that. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Needed that. It was looking really, really rough after the steamroll push through B main, but EB with a double kill absolutely kept them floating in this map, honestly, because they would have lost that round without that. It would have been a 5 versus 2, and that would have been just way too much to come back from. But all of a sudden, they claw their way back. They fight, they bite, they scratch, they do what they need to do. And they're here. They've got the anti-eco in their favor, so this might be a chance to push themselves through, and maybe if they're able to flawless this one, or maybe even the bonus round. Pretty uncommon, but not necessarily unheard of. That is a great start to this comeback.
Let's see if that can be the catalyst. I mean, as much as we saw SOS be able to put 10 rounds on the board, On the defensive side, maybe there's a chance the Fraggers can do the same and send us off to overtime. Remember, every run does need to start with one, and they've been able to find the opening pick here as well. They're trying to figure out if they want to use this mid part of the map to rotate the spike, but instead opting to rotate their way back towards B lobby and looking to push through main.
Still advantage going to Fraggers. And SOS deciding not to rotate just yet. They're hanging out by the B site, and it seems like they're going to push through. Casper, though, has a double, make it a triple, and it's EB to end this round. Q, I said they were going to need a flawless round here, and they deliver just that. Now they go on to the bonus round, which means SOS are going to have the Phantoms, and they're going to have the Vandals. And if Fraggers are able to do that one more time, that could put them in a shot to slingshot themselves right back into this game.
Equally, though, I think an interesting position to find yourself in here if you are Fraggers, right? Because normally if you have an ace in that second round of the half, you're just like, hey, you know what? We have the chance to get a really good bonus and not invest up here, right? But Fraggers not really in the spot where they can surrender any rounds for free. FR1 going to be able to find two. Brixel only finds the one lone frag here for SOS before getting put down in their own right. And that'll be the spike. Now down here on A. Unfortunately for SOS, it's looking like another round that's going to go in favor to Fraggers.
It appears it will be. Unless the 1v4 comes to fruition, Koji still alive, still there, Phantom in hand, but EB close range Spectre just a little bit more prepared. So all of a sudden, Fraggers is back in this game. The map is not that far out of the realm of possibility. They're down by 5, sure, but they've also won 3 in a row. They also have a huge advantage economically. So they're going to have a huge chance to slingshot themselves forward and potentially get up to a 3-round deficit or a 2-round deficit. They'll probably win this round because the economy of SOS is going to be trashed. But anything more than that, that's where they really need to keep themselves cool and calm and not overextend.
Earlier, I had talked about those meat and potato rounds, Tucker. 17, 18, 19 in that realm. Well, you're in an interesting spot right now as the Fraggers. Despite the fact that you're down, you have the ability to start putting pressure on SOS the longer this match goes if you continue to win rounds, because SOS is looking to try and steal Fraggers' map pick. It looked like they were knocking on the doorstep, but now all of a sudden Fraggers seem to be the beasts that have been awoken and are able to continue to string these things together. Fraggers have the ability to open things right back up, and SOS for sure won't want that. It's a swing here in the middle of the map. He's going to be able to find the pick onto that one, which will put at least one man advantage here for Fraggers. 40 seconds left. The question becomes, where do you take the spike? Because as much as you do your Omen here on A,
30 seconds left.
Spike still defaulted back. You have the ability to pivot through mid if you want, and that might be the decision you want to take, especially once we do see you become the last left alive.
Got a flank as well. This should be a pretty easy kill for EB. However, the Sheriff still popping, doing a little bit of damage. That's another 3K for EB. That'll make 4 rounds in a row for the Fraggers. And they did lose a couple of bodies there in that last round, but they have enough money that they can make up for it. All of a sudden, we have reached those meat and potatoes rounds. Just like you said, around 16, 17, 18. This is where the game will pretty much be decided, I have a feeling. And just looking at the pre-round advantage, you've got to give it to Fraggers, because not only do they've got the From the Shadows, which provides unmatched movement and positioning, you also have the Hunter's Fury, and you've also got Shuchi with the headshot long range. And all of a sudden, despite the ult advantage, it's SOS having a 2-man advantage.
FR1's going to be able to at least get one of those back, but the Hunter's Fury here from Eevee. They'll find one, tags a second. Not quite gonna be able to find a second frag, but it will be 2 players sitting on, what is that, probably about 40 HP or less. So the Fraggers can feel comfortable here as they do know the 3 will be pushing together. Casper finds one, but gets traded out here by Brick. So that should give this SOS squad the green light to get this spike down, especially with the recon bolt. Not finding any information. The only problem is they got exchanged out with a recon bolt in their own right. So they know that SOS are somewhere right around the corner. Eevee's going to break down that door on the back side. And this is where that pinch starts to initiate. Luckily, the generator will help with a line of sight block. Koji turns the corner. We'll find one. FR1 as the last one left alive here for Fraggers.
Shock Dart comes out. Converts through the box. Koji with the headshot on to the Jet. And it's been a while, but SOS gets to see that beautiful banner. This time, it says attackers win. And they're just 2 rounds away from winning out this first map. It was a great comeback attempt from Fraggers, but it will be halted for at least 1 more round.
Good news is you allotted yourself a little bit of wiggle room in that first half, which unfortunately has been taken away here early in half number 2, but you're now 2 rounds away from stealing map 1 off of the Fraggers here. And it looks like this time around, SOS is going to look for the approach through B. Owl Drone will slow down the look, but as you can see on your mini map, I don't think SOS is convinced that they want to pivot towards A just quite yet.
Oh, FR1 had an easy kill with the op and just doesn't land it. Now they've taken a bunch of damage. That Blade Storm's still active for SOS also. Gotta watch out for that. Pushing out. No! Showstopper gets popped up, but it's not good enough. Here comes one more. Casper, headshot from the Vandal. The Paranoia is good for the blind. A little bit of damage done to Casper as well as they attempt to push out onto a site. Boy's the better omen there. It's all up to the operator of FR1.
Finds the first, and now the knives are in hand. Don't worry about pushing through the smoke, and oh, the shorty, better than the knives. Who would have thought? Certainly not me, but that does allow for SOS to put themselves on the map point.
Come on now, that's one of the first things you learn. Never bring a knife to a... This time, it does not work. The close range shorty, that's a little better. And all of a sudden, it's SOS on map point. Fraggers need to win 6 in a row.
See if they can do anything here in round number 19. If they are going to do it, it definitely has to start here. He has a little bit of information, but will fall back, realizing that there could be a potential push of 2, maybe even 3. Coming around the corner, Vic is down the short side here, and instead will opt to back down. It looks like SOS will be okay with pivoting this thing more towards the middle of the map. They found quite a bit of success over that way throughout the course of this map, but especially when Vic able to find some space. I was going to say with an opening pick, but FR1 finds 2 with the collat with the op. Talk about a shot.
I know exactly where you are.
Tries to keep this round in contention, but that double op shot is going to be very difficult to come back from. SOS, though, will have an opportunity to plant on the A site. But the question is, can they hold it down? They've got the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket, which they will use. But are they going to find anything? Does not look like it.
Able to find FR1. The op takes down the op, but the firepower too much here for SOS. Brixel finds that closing kill in imminent fashion here on the Fraggers map of Ascent, winning 13-6. Wow.
I never would have expected it to go 13-6 either way. I would have expected Fraggers to win by a few rounds, but such a one-sided performance. 13-6, 7-point differential. Absolutely wild from SOS. They came to play. Not only that, that was Fraggers' map pick.
It's a big map to win. You take home Ascent. We're off to Lotus next, but before we go to that, I'm really curious about what the desk saw on map number 1, so let's go ahead and send it back on over to them.
Thank you, Tucker, and yo boy Q. I like saying your name, buddy. I swear. It rolls around.
It is fun to say.
Yeah. But talking about that game, we always thought like, oh, Fraggers, they're the team to watch. They're the team to beat. They have won numerous times. And then when we look on the side of SOS, these guys are stacked. They're all veterans, and you can tell that was a dominating first half, and then the second half they just done.
There was a lot of rounds where you can really see SOS's communication and thinking process, which I'm going to talk about later. But it was an amazing game. Of course, I think chat can agree they've broken our expectations. SOS Esports has broken our expectations and beat Fraggers. What do you think, Pico?
I thought that I had high hopes for Fraggers, honestly, when they made this comeback. But hard luck on this first round.
Yep. Map number 1 was a bit tough mountain to climb. I mean, imagine getting so many rounds lost during the first half and them trying to climb it back with the advantage. Yes, they had a good run on on that side of things as the defense, but giving too much rounds against your opponents, that's when it creeps and crawls on you. Yes, it takes one round at a time, but it was just too much pressure.
Honestly, I get stressed out when I see like a comeback.
Yeah,
because I don't know who's about to win. Like, I mean, it's this or that, this or that.
Pico, we kind of asked for it in the beginning, didn't we?
I mean, yeah,
I have a question for you guys. What do you think about the Waylay pick from Fraggers?
It was interesting. We did see a couple of potentials here, like the way they use Waylay is like you're gonna look for a pickoff and then immediately back off and then play around from there. But essentially, the way that I guess Team SOS played on the defensive side, whenever they did a one-way smoke on towards A, and the entrance towards A, they couldn't necessarily even go for the push because they were so well capped on handling that down.
I think it's surprising having Jet and Waylay at the same team. I mean, they're both entry duelists, so.
It was a nice combo to see. It was a nice thing to see how they play.
Yeah, I guess we got to check with the scoreboard as well and how they have performed. And there you have it. I mean, we talked about Akai.
Shuichi. I still have trouble saying that name. Shuichi.
Akai, why did you have to change
Why did
your
you have
name?
to change your name? But as you can see, SOS have performed really well. Their kills are very close to each other. Especially, look at the... Actually, never mind. I was looking at the wrong number.
But I mean, I'm gonna continue on with there. Like looking at Shuichi and Vic, like these two fraggers were insane. I mean, let's talk about Akai or Shuichi, or whatever he wants to call himself nowadays. He went to military training and then came back, but he was part of Falcon. And during that run of his, he has been playing tremendous ever since. Yes, there was a bit stopped, but you can tell he still has it in him. And then Vic was an ex-Fraggers team, and he's like showing, guys, listen, new team, like, I can show you what I got now.
I feel like they all put each other in a salad bowl and just mixed each other. Yeah. How many team switches we've seen today?
Well, going so far, Ascent has been phenomenal for SOS, but we need to see what they can do in map number 2. If it will go 2-0 or will we see a map number 3? It all relies on that. Now, with that said, guys, we'll give more analysis here after our break.
واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال، ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد، وما في شاليه، وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية، ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
Hello and welcome back, you guys. I'm here alone this time because we're analyzing round 8 of that game. It was a round where I thought there were a lot of communication with Team SOS, and the round was really nice. So I want to talk about it a little bit to see how Shuichi and his team were able to communicate properly and get that round. So as we can see here, the setup, right? We have Cypher set up on B and the Trip on mid as usual. And then we have Team Fraggers, which are willing to push or have the intent of pushing A. We have Raze and Jed from Team SOS holding A main. And also, to note, they are playing B retake mostly during the round, but as you can see, we have 4 ults here. We have Raze, Cypher, Omen, and Sova. So that's their setup for now. So let's continue, and you're gonna see how they both pick A main, right? So we start off the round here, and Waylay gets a pick on Jet, which then goes back, which is awesome, right? And then here we get an Omen smoke from Team SOS, and Raze sneaks up and uses this smoke to his advantage and ends up actually getting a pick on Omen. I want to note that Chamber is on B main, but he's not really doing anything, right? He's not taking up space, he's not taking info, so they have no info on B, right? So Team Fraggers decides, okay, let's wrap and go back to tree. They use their Sova drone to like clear up tree and stuff, but keep in mind, look where Shuichi is. He's already there. They know that he was A main, right? So he wraps around. Team Fraggers goes full tree. And I believe here, Omen and Sova got the call from Shuichi, and they were like, hey, wait, I'm coming, right? So we can pause here so I can just point out a few things. Tataik here is watching A main because he's expecting Raze to be there, but he's not there. He's already wrapped around. And the 2 people on heaven are just waiting for him. So when we continue here, we can see that Raze actually catches Chamber off guard. Boom! He's gone. And now Waylay here is stuck, sandwiched, and they double team up on tree and get him. And I find this round very interesting because here you can see how they communicate, right? Or I'm assuming at least. Maybe I'm completely wrong, who knows? But you can see how they communicated and how he used his positioning to like win them that round. I believe if Shuichi stayed in A main, they might have not gotten that because Raze was already watching A main. And with that said, I would like to applaud them for that round. And then, yeah, okay, let's go back on a break.
واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد، وما في شاليه، وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية، ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمان.
And we are back together. I don't know where you went. Where'd you go?
I had to do some duties, you know.
Yeah, that was an insane analysis coming from Peach. She did it. Wow.
I did it.
I'm proud of
I
you.
did it, guys.
I'm proud.
Thank you. That was so
Yes.
nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
You did well. I can't wait to see more in the future or tomorrow. Who knows? But so far, guys, it has been quite a ride, honestly. I didn't think a lot of people were expecting Fraggers to lose map number 1, especially when I went to the crowd, actually. I spoke to the people outside, and I was talking to them. Who do you guys think is going to be ahead of this? Like, who do you think will win this one out? And everyone was always saying Fraggers, which they didn't count out SOS because he had the veterans all together. He did talk about them being mixed into a salad ball and flopped all together, and it worked out. And that is what's happening here.
So, any expectations for Lotus?
I am just hoping for the best, and Team SOS wins. Let's see.
Let's see. Maybe we get a new team on. Yep. Is it a new team on the leaderboard?
What do you mean on the leaderboard?
Like from the teams that have been.
Yeah, basically, yes. It's going to be a new team. I mean, there's always going to be a new team. But yes. Now, with that said, I believe our casters are ready. Yo boy Q and Tucker. Take it away, guys.
And we are back just like that. Now, first map was incredibly surprising. I'm going to be the first to admit I was wrong. I thought that the team that has dominated this tournament every single year was going to continue dominating. But I was wrong. Q, SOS absolutely steamrolled them in that first half.
Yeah, SOS, we apologize. Unfamiliar with your game. I mean, looked really, really good, really strong in map number 1. And as we've both talked about, that was Fragger's map pick. So now we're off to Lotus, where you can only assume with that being their map pick now here for SOS, they've probably got a strategy or two. This is probably a map that they're feeling relatively comfortable on. I mean, it's really going to be up to Fraggers here early to come out and try and regain that momentum back, which I do feel like is tough to do starting on the defensive side on Lotus.
Yeah, and it was really odd because they picked the defensive side. So I don't know if they just decided that trying to hold it down on defense and then climbing up whenever the side switch was the play, or whether they just prefer their defensive side. It's very interesting decision because typically the attacking side is favored, so that they actually pick defense first. It's very confusing. They could have easily picked attack, but I guess they're a little more confident in their defense.
If I had to guess, it's probably more about, hey, you know what? Let's let our defense go out there first and set the finish line that our offense then in turn needs to go out and achieve in the back half. I feel like often we do see, like, it feels like, I should say, teams tend to do that, especially on a map like this where it's maybe not so much about which side does a team feel more comfortable on, but more that there is usually a side, whether it's an attack side match or a defender side map. Lotus is one of those that you generally tend to lead towards the attacker side quite a bit at. So I think I understand the thought process behind it, but even still, I have a feeling that they anticipated heading to Lotus during the map picks and bans already up 1-0. That's not the case here. So even more so starting on the defensive side, if you let this SOS squad start cooking, it could be over before it truly starts.
It really can be, and I'm gonna pull myself into a little bit of a nerdy spot right here, but there's only one map in the competitive map pool that has a 50% or higher win rate for the attackers. Can you guess which one that is?
Is it Ascent? No, probably Lotus, right?
It's Lotus. It's Lotus. Lotus is the only attacker-sided map as of Blitz.gg with an attacker win rate percentage of 50.2, which doesn't seem that high, but considering it is all in all a defender-sided game as of the total, that's a pretty high mark.
It's a pretty high mark when you consider everything as far as our other maps that have been seeded. Also, you got to keep in mind, I know people will probably be thinking about maybe is Corrode there. Probably not going to be considered, I would imagine, just because it is still such a new map. But yeah, will be really interesting here because, again, thinking about what we've seen from these two teams, Fragger's usually a squad that is used to being able to come out and control the pace. It felt like at times we had seen hesitation from them over the course of that Ascent map. I can't help but think that they're starting to feel the pressure of the fact that, well, they're just not given the room that they're used to having out on the map.
Here we are, map 2, about to get underway. Q, if you had any predictions for what we're going to see out of both of these teams, what do you got? Because Fragger's pulling out a pretty unusual composition. I mean, we've got the Neon, who we don't see all that often. Fade, who definitely had a huge come up whenever she first came out, but as of the last couple of months, kind of fallen.
Spike down B.
Whoa. Well, maybe not a fair question now that we've seen an opening 3K here from FR1 for Fraggers, but I was going to say, if there's anyone that I feel like needs to move with a sense of urgency, it would be them. I feel like with as much as we had hyped up this matchup, it doesn't feel fair for us to only go 2 maps. So as far as what I'm expecting, even if it does go back and forth, I'm expecting Fraggers to send this thing off to a map number 3. We're halfway through round number 1, however, and as much as things opened up, guns blazing and shots fired all across, well, now things have slowed down just a little bit. The fault line Koji's going to use to try and step through the smoke, but will be unsuccessful in that regard. Brixel will be able to find their 3rd frag of the round, finds a 4th, but FR1's 4K just a little better, and Fraggers take round 1.
Brixel almost clutched that up. It was nearly the ace clutch, but Fraggers held off and keep it pushing. They take the pistol round away from SOS. It was a great start. I mean, FR1, you just do so much damage so early. There's not much that SOS can do. You've got to be careful about that in the future, but as of right now, bringing it back to the current day and the current minute, it is Fraggers with the lead, and it's Fraggers going into the anti-eco with an advantage, and I saw a Marshall come out.
If we see it, generally tends to be in that 2nd round. Generally trying to hold down one of those longer sight lines, like potentially over towards A. Maybe seeing frags exchanged here on this first initial push towards B, and SOS will lose a 2nd as well thanks to the Bulldog. Spike eventually going to go down here onto B. It's going to be up to SOS to try and find a way to hold things down here on the retake, as Fraggers have, I was going to say the man advantage, but do lose 2 right on the rip.
All of a sudden, the man advantage is gone! Jumping right-click classic. Casper running through, looks for 1, looks for the 2nd, but not able. It's the thrifty round. SOS steals this one away.
Voice for concern just quite yet, you wonder? Definitely too early to say, but when you feel about the need of coming into a map like this, map or round number 1 looked pretty solid for Fraggers, and it looked like they were going to have a chance there in round number 2. It's kind of wild to see them end up dropping it, all things considered here. So let's get ready for round number 3. I don't know if we'll quite see rifles on the boards here, maybe just a little bit, but Econ's going to be a little weak on both sides of the matchmaking here. Shuichi's going to be able to find that first frag. It gives him a green light to try and push in towards C.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not like this.
Not like this. Oh, not like this. You had such a chance. Oh, you had 3 lined up. The trigger discipline was perfect. However, you need the aim. It's not just the trigger discipline that's important.
1 enemy remaining.
3 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 1. Shuichi takes down FR1. And it's up to Tyke one more time. And they're not good enough. It's the triple kill for Shuichi.
A lead over on that SOS side. starting to piece things together. That round felt a little cleaner than the one prior that they had been able to put up onto the board. I think one thing that continues to stand out to me is like the cool, calm collect of the SOS players. Every time we see the wraparound of the player cams, here are those unfortunate whiffs. And even, you gotta say, when Brixel turns around, it takes them a minute to still be able to land their shots on their side. Just an unfortunate kind of event to find yourself in. You gotta find a way to bounce back here in round 4.
Ooh, that's a good start. Tyke and Aim Hunter taking down one each, and here's Tyke pushing up further. It's Aim Hunter though to get the kill. Got one more. Kochi holding out. Good for one, not quite. This might be the flawless round. The feetsies are seen. Can Woy get this kill? Do you rush here or do you play it safe? Looks like they're going to try to play it safe, but Tyke takes him down from the flank. That'll be a flawless round here for the Fraggers.
Mention the flawless, big on the economy side. You're only going to have to reinvest when it comes to your shields. And, well, that's a good spot to be in. If you are Fraggers, you don't want to allow for too much to kind of go away from your tides after seeing the back-to-back round wins by SOS. So a good bounce-back round there in round number 4. I feel like as far as for Fraggers, when we look at as far as what they had given us on Ascent, where it felt like even in the ones, SOS was kind of winning those clearly. At least so far, here on Lotus, I don't know if I can say the same. I know it's been only 4 rounds and maybe too early to tell, but it feels like they've cleaned things up a little bit here, Tucker.
I definitely agree there. Round number 5, this is an A-side hit at the start anyway. There's still time for them to rotate away, but rotating is going to be much easier said than done as they've got to watch out for Tyke on the back. Got a minute to go. They're pushed up pretty far. I think they're going to end up committing. Showstopper is activated, and I don't think Shuichi's going to be able to find anybody, so just fire it up into heaven. SOS puts the spike down, and it'll be an even Steven retake as here comes the Nightfall to start.
Buying that with that, I believe that was the Rolling Thunder we had heard as well from the side to try and at least slow things down from SOS and slow down the push here from Fraggers. But Tyke drops down, finds 2. However, now gonna have to find 2 more. Magic Fingers come out, tries to move a little faster to this reposition, but the op too much to handle. And SOS go up 3-2.
Both of the Fraggers' ultimates were used there at the end. The overpower, not good enough. Excuse me, I believe it's called the overcharge. Lightning Fingers, simply put, just not good enough. And SOS, thanks to Woy, will keep themselves in the lead. Not only that, they have 2 ults to work with for this next round as well.
Do you decide to bring the knives out here or not? Vic's location is going to be given away, and FR1 is able to make them pay. Op quickly gets taken out of play here as well. These Fraggers have the man advantage. Pushing up, though, is a dangerous idea. It allows for Kojiak to step on through and even up the numbers. It's a 2v2 as they still continue to make their way towards A.
Gotta watch out for the Omen there.
I know exactly.
Orb will be captured. The neural theft is going to be huge. Location is revealed. Casper's got to watch out here. Positions are compromised as they try to get to B, but the snake bite's going to cut them off. And all of a sudden, this attacking team is completely sandwiched here between A and B. They're going to have to either fight or flight. And it looks like they will fight them off. Casper taken down. Should be an easy plant.
Up in hand, I mean, might make things a little more favorable for the 1-in-1v2 here. Is EV going to step forward? Spike goes down. Koji turns the corner and is able to put the shot right where it's needed. SOS now going to be up by 2, and just kind of like we saw the last map start. It's been back and forth, but it almost feels like SOS in a similar sort of fashion. Could very well be starting to step away with things here, Tucker.
Yeah, they're starting to pick up some of that steam and keep things rolling, looking very similar to how they did in the first map. Of course, not to that extent, but they're looking really good. They didn't even have to use any of the ults on the last round. But this time, it will be the Blade Storm that's popped right as the walls drop.
Will make them a little more careful about peeking the corners over here towards A, especially as they did hear the footsteps, probably anticipating that that's Vic leading the charge here for SOS. Currently going to be hiding inside the smoke, but does have to decide which way they want to try and buy some room. There's a Blade Storm that has been popped on either side. Surely Vic has heard that and is considering that, as they are almost brought to a standstill. They may even pivot away from this, Tucker.
Stalemate, it seems. Favoring the A side, but there's only 45 seconds to go when they haven't made much progress. This has all the implications of a decided round win for the defenders. However, 1-for-1 trade, and all of a sudden, A site is under the control of the attacking team. Boy has a double kill. Shoddy first, then the Outlaw. Leaving it up to a 1 versus 3 in favor of SOS.
Ooh, Casper finds the nice heady, but unfortunately gets traded out immediately. So while maybe you can say, hey, we made it a little more costly than it could have been, it's still now a 5th round onto the board for SOS, who is now 1 round away from at least guaranteeing themselves a share of the lead by half.
It used up their ults in that round, so they don't have any to go for this 7th round. 8th round. Fraggers has From the Shadows available for EB. But how do they use it? Very positional ultimate. And at the moment, they have been pretty much outgunned. It's not a position round. It's not anything like that. It's not a utility game. It has been an all-out gun battle for both of these teams. And SOS has been absolutely destroying the Fraggers, despite what the Fraggers' name says they should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like SOS have come in on their P's and Q's. They're really doing a great job of making sure when they do execute, they're doing a great job of being able to clear sight, then being able to hold it from there. This time around, it looks like their focus is going to be more towards B. You'll even see the smoke that comes in towards back sight. And well, here comes the exec. Vic leads the charge, finds the opening pick, and that gives them the green light. 4 of the 5 players have all piled into B. Brixel going to be able to get the spike down. It's going to be 4v5 on the retake.
I don't know if this retake's going to happen at all. Now it's a 5v2, make it a 5v1, 5v none Q. Flawless round for SOS. Round 8 goes their way, and they now lead 6-2.
I don't want to say that I said that there is a potential or I told you so after round number 6, but now 2 rounds later, it does feel like I could potentially say that if I wanted to. I told you there was a chance that SOS was going to start pulling away the same way we saw in map number 1. That seems to be the case here on Lotus. Maybe a little bit of copium for myself and the Fraggers fans, and the fact that, well, right now they are on the defending side. It is the side that is generally in the deficit by halftime, but they've got to find a way to at least get themselves 2. I would really prefer 3 more in these closing rounds of the half.
Oh, for sure. If they can maybe only give up 6 or 7, that would be ideal. But anything more than that, and things are going to be really, really difficult to come back from on the other side. If they're able to hold SOS to 6, that's best case scenario, of course, but I think the most you can give up is 9. At that point, that's where it starts getting a little bit out of hand. But SOS well on their way to getting a 7th. As it's a 3 versus 3, they've got the spike down on C, already ticked away. However, the count going the way of Fraggers, but not for long. Turn to a 1 versus 1. Vic, close. Aim Hunter, though, wins it out.
Vic got a tag, but it wasn't a heady. Left 29 HP on the board, and Aim Hunter, that's all they need. Close ain't gonna cut it in this racket. It was an expensive round. However, for Fraggers, who do need to go on a road, like on a run, here in their own right. So for SOS to at least make them have to reinvest for more rifles, shields all the way around, makes it so that loss of a round doesn't feel quite nearly as bad.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So we go to round number 10 now. After a frankly heartbreaking round for SOS, they were able to take a couple of guns away and quite a bit of money, but still, you want to get those away. They start this one off with a pretty easy kill. However, Tyke immediately takes it right back. You've got to watch out for the elevated angle. A lot of damage done. It's good to get away from that. Viper's Pit's popped up somewhere. Not sure where it is. Looks like... Here comes the Nightfall from the defense. Fraggers really leaning heavily against this push, and SOS, the harder they push, the harder they fall.
That Viper's Pit was popped all the way over towards C. I'm not sure if that was a panic pop or what, but it has since been taken down. Well, unfortunately, that just means it's a waste. Sometimes it happens like that. Tyke, 13 HP, finds the first. Does have to worry about players on either side here. Aim Hunter was coming to the rescue there, and on the flank, Casper finds one with the op still in hand. Tyke lays it down, and Fraggers win another round. They are able to close this lead down to just 2.
Fraggers looking a lot better than they did in the first half of this first half.
Plenty remaining.
As they were starting to really slip away, but they brought it back to contention. And if they're able to keep it rolling, push it to a 6-6 half, then I think, honestly, there's a real chance that they not only keep it competitive for the second half, but win this first half. One more round,
yeah, I
think really knocks SOS on their backside.
Yeah, I feel like 7-5 makes it manageable in the second half if you're Fraggers, right? Whether it's this round or the next. And that's the showstopper. Not going to be able to find anything here. Jushi's going to be able to find 2. That will give them space to, well, they thought space to push towards B. Tyke has other things in mind, though. Finds 2. Aim Hunter finds a 3rd. That does mean that now at this point, it's all left to Koji. Looks to step through the doors. And we talked about 5 being the aiming point. Well, there it is. And they still have a chance to tie things up by half.
That they do. And Neon has the overdrive as well. I got a feeling that will be used pretty early on into this round 12. SOS, I think, will also have an ult or 2, but are they going to have any combat ults like Fraggers does? Because I know that they've got the overdrive. They might have another one as well, but I'm not 100% sure. Looks like no, just the overdrive.
I think just a couple of rounds ago, I had seen chat saying it was copium from me, but look at this.
My ult's ready.
Final round of the half. Hold on a second. Look at that. What a shot from FR1 to put Vic down. With that. SOS. They have to try and play a little aggressive here. Looking to push their way through the door, but not sure she's going to be able to find the first. FR1 responds with one in their own right. Brings the knives out as well to find the 3rd. But that's all they'll be able to find. Brixel still alongside Koji here. Let's see if they can get the spike down towards Abe. A Tyke, the double heady, and Fraggers ties things up at the half.
All of a sudden, SOS went from being completely in control to very, very scared. Fraggers now switching to the statistical better side of this map, and they are completely tied up. You've got to win 7 before they do. And with how good Fraggers looks right now, with how many rounds in a row they've won, and with them switching from the bad side to the good side, how do you manage that?
It's going to be tough here. If you are SOS, it feels like this pistol needs to be yours on the defensive side because Fraggers already starting to ride the wave of momentum. And if you allow them to start building up econ here early in half number 2, that could very well be all she wrote. And we'll be off to map number 3. For now, it's Fraggers looking over here by Mounds, grouped up with 3 of them. Be spraying through the entryway and trying to see if they can find any contact behind the box. No success as far as that. Prowler going to come out to buy a little bit of room, but they will be slowed by the fact that the cage sits right there. FR1 peeking their head around the corner, but no information given away yet by SOS.
Slow and steady wins the race, as they say. Fraggers going with a very default push. Gotta also watch out for the Jet over there near C. Hanging out, looking to find anybody trying to flank. Seems like Fraggers are going to attempt a B hit. There's not a lot of manpower over near the B site. And oh my goodness, Tight going in way too far. C site looks to be under control for now. Fraggers trying their hardest to get through, but it's just not going to happen. All up to the Viper. It's EB with 1, with 2, with 3. Hold on just a minute, you. Hold on just a minute. The spike might be down, but EB has got it going on, but Shuichi has the headshot with the Sheriff saving the 1v4 clutch.
Almost looked like for a moment that round was going to turn around thanks to the 3K from EB, but unfortunately the 3K unable to turn into a 4. SOS doing exactly what needed to be done to start off the second half, and that's when the pistol that should give them the advantage. They should be able to pull off this next round, but of course we have already seen tonight where that's not always necessarily guaranteed. So let's go ahead and get down to it, as it does look like Fraggers going to look for a very quick push on the C.
After the last round, SOS taking the lead, but Koji, oh my goodness, 2 in a row for Koji, makes it 3 on the round, and Fraggers left in a 1 versus 3. SOS still there. Casper keeps the ace clutch alive. Turns it to a 1 versus 2 with a 3 kill already going. And guess what? They've got Spike. So I would say that the map is their oyster.
Big frag to be able to get that spike. And you mentioned they've got the entire map to work with. Casper rotates this thing all the way over towards A. Vic will be the first one to initiate contact. Casper, you gotta have your gunny out when you rotate around the corner, my guy. Otherwise, aiming down sight is Vic. It's too easy from there. SOS walk away with another round.
We love to see it. We absolutely love to see it. SOS faltering there at the end of the first half, but they're back on their game now. As we push on to the bonus round. And Q, this is really where I am excited to see what happens. Because Fraggers is going to have a better look for this next round. Of course, they will have Vandals, they will have Phantoms. They'll basically have the big guns that they need. However, SOS, they've looked really good here in the pistol. They've looked really good in the anti. Will they be able to keep that momentum going and get this upset / thrifty?
It's not over for Fraggers if you don't. But if you're SOS, if you have the ability to bonus things down here in round 15, it feels like you would be so close to that spot in the grand finals you can taste it. Instead, though, SOS has given up so much space. They've conceded everything over towards A, and well, maybe that's going to be okay, especially if Void can turn the corner there with the Stinger. Not going to be able to find it right up off the rip. And instead, actually, that hesitation ends up getting them killed. Tyke puts them down. That allows for the Spike to not only have some time, but also allows for Fraggers to initiate the rest of their setup.
Great shot from Vic. Just traded out to the 1v1, and now it is a 3 versus 3 as 1v1v1s just keep on coming.
Player standing.
It is SOS. Down 1. Clock is ticking. Koji has to figure something out, but it's Casper with the head. The bonus round is won by the Fraggers, and they're able to keep a couple guns for this next one as well.
Look, I am going to preface this by admitting I'm not as good as these guys, right? I'm like certified aluminum 1. But did we use the neural theft there when we were like down the disadvantage? I feel like we could have gotten better value from that ult later on, no?
Wait, did he?
Didn't he? I thought I had seen the ping on it, no? Or am I tripping? Maybe I was tripping.
If he did, what are we doing? I mean, I just never expect a neural theft to be used there. Probably why my brain didn't even register it. Like, you've got a neural theft that early and you use it there?
Cage triggered.
Wild.
Cage triggered.
See if SOS can bounce back here now that they've got the rifles in hand. Koji will get put down here by Tyke. A full send onto the C site. FR1 finds one, spraying away towards the second. Can't quite find it in time, but Spike has not gone down just quite yet. The only problem here for SOS is they are at the man disadvantage, and both players are together. Angles being covered from every side from Fraggers. However, Brixel will find a first.
Great flashpoint. Still quite a bit of time, though. They have the one-man disadvantage, but this is still a possibility if they land their shots. But EB and Tyke say no way. And we are all evened up. We go to round 17. Scoreline now 8-8.
We had talked about the importance of starting off this half, and while maybe they didn't start off with the pistol the way that you were hoping for the Fraggers, since the rifles have come into play, well, they've been able to bring things back to a tie. And well, would you look there? We talked about those good old meat and potato rounds earlier today, Tucker. We're tied up going into those things. It's round 17. This could very well be the tipping point here on Lotus.
One thing I notice is Fraggers does have an ult. The Viper's Pit is up and available if they choose to use it. I'm assuming it'll come out for a post plant if they're able to get onto a site and get that spike down. I think SOS is close to a couple of them. But, I mean, Tyke's also only 2 orbs away from that overdrive again. So far, hasn't been able to use the overdrive too much use, but hopefully that'll change this time around. EB takes the first shots and the first kill, as Shuichi stands no chance against that Vandal.
Fraggers still haven't decided if they want to push continually down A, even with that first initial frag. Actually, they're playing a little more patient over here. Tyke will live life in the fast lane. We'll try and at least move up just a little bit more, but not enough information to decide to rotate that way. Instead, I think hoping to catch somebody lurking back on that way. Ends up being nothing over towards A big old nothing burger. The Fraggers will look for a quick push here into C. No, actually not. They're deciding to push through the doors, which now that means everybody going to be racing towards B. The defense has to start their rotation over because at this point it's B or nothing. Spike goes down and it's going to be a full 5 on the side of Fraggers trying to hold off SOS.
I don't think SOS is going to get through as they just keep on falling. Woy's good for 1, but that's all they will be good for. What do you do here, Mr. Cypher? 1v4, you only have a Sheriff. I mean, you don't save the Sheriff, do you? You got to go for 1 at least. Might be able to find 1 on EB. Doesn't look like it. Koji falls to EB. And just like that, it's the Fraggers with the lead once again.
Got the lead when it's important, but it's one thing to take the lead. It's a whole nother to be able to stay in the lead or even build the lead this late into a map. Of course, the Fraggers are a team. We know they've got what it takes. It might be only a 1-round lead for now. Something tells me they're not going to let their foot up off of the gas. It's going to be important here, however, for SOS to try and guess right. And unfortunate for them, they didn't. Everybody was set up over on that mountain side, which means it's Koji all by themselves here on A.
Oh my goodness. Koji, you better have the strength of 1,000 suns, because the entirety of Fraggers is coming, and they have not lost a round in a while. They've been very dominant. Koji trying to find a couple of shots, but I just don't think it's going to land. This should be a pretty easy plant. This should be a pretty easy round win as well, as long as they just run it down, get the trades, and maybe get a gunfight win here and there. But all of a sudden, Brixel has one shot. Rolling Thunder coming out, but you gotta watch for the corner. Fraggers still falling. Shuichi just keeps the kills coming, and it's all up to FR1. Good for one, but no more.
Big round here for SOS to bring things back to the tie as we prepare for round 19, where only one thing is guaranteed. One of these two teams will put themselves onto double digits. I feel like beyond that, the way this thing is back and forth, it's hard to tell. I thought Tyke was going to find the double kill on that replay we just saw where the two players jumped up from heaven. And I think if they had, I think Tyke has the ability to turn that around. Just unfortunately unable to transfer things over after the first one. There'll be a quick push over towards A that gets brought to a screeching halt. For the Fraggers, they've been met with some resistance and looks like they might opt to, well, rotate things over. They're looking towards B.
Seems like it. They've got a lot going for them. If they decide to use that Viper's Pit, that could equalize this very easily retakeable site. Just like that. Overdrive available from the Shadows as well, Blade Storm. And not much SOS can do to stop them except get those kills, and all of a sudden those kills just start coming through. There goes one. Viper is taken down. Vic hiding in the shadows. Gets the shot, but not the kill. Name Hunter has one as well. Shuichi takes down FR1, but is traded out afterwards. So here comes the Nightfall. You gotta watch out for that player in pit. That's Casper. Boy, takes one. But turned to a 1 versus 1, and Aim Hunter can't land the shot.
SOS, back-to-back rounds. We said who was going to be able to put themselves on a double digits? Well, it's them. Just as we thought that maybe Fraggers had figured things out and were destined to send us off to map number 3, well, that doesn't seem so guaranteed anymore. It feels like SOS want to try and end things here if they can. You can see FR1 fell to an unfortunate showstopper right in front of him, but I mean, hey, you know, sometimes you turn the corner, you know, that's just the luck of the draw, you know.
Yeah, sometimes you just round the corner, you would do everything right, and sometimes your hand just doesn't want to point and click. Whenever it's turned into a point and click shooter game and you just can't point and click, that's whenever you know it's just not your round, not your day. It's what it is. Next round could always be your round. It's round number 20. And it starts off with an SOS kill, but also a Fraggers kill. Down to a 4 versus 4.
Dangerous spot here as well, if I'm not mistaken. If Fraggers drop this round, their economy could be in a tough spot with SOS 2 rounds away. Luckily, the Viper's Pit, though, will give them cover to not only get the spike down, but they'll try and keep set up in here. Aim Hunter going to be unable to get this pit down. Now it's going to be all left to Brixel. It's going to have to be a miracle worker play, but everyone just gets to spray their way up towards that upper B doorway, eventually able to secure that final kill. And we're tied up at 10s heading into round 21.
Great use of the Viper's Pit. I like to see that brought out on B, because it is such a defensive-sided site. So the fact that you bring out that Viper's Pit, that is the great equalizer. I think Fraggers managed that round perfectly. And now we are tied up as we go into round number 21. It's 10 apiece. And I am going to make a bold prediction. Most of them have not been right, but I think whoever wins this round likely wins the map.
I feel like it's probably a pretty fair assessment. And well, Fraggers were able to keep their hopes alive. Because remember, had they dropped that last map, I don't think they were able to go into this one with a full investment. And SOS could have very well been moved from 10 to 12 with Fraggers still sitting on 9. Instead, well, we're tied up at 10s apiece. It's an important round here for Fraggers, and understandably so. They'll take their time on the approach. They had defaulted back, and looks like they've at least gotten enough information. Go ahead and take this long walk down A long.
Shift walking all the way up. Viper wall goes down. Couple sprays. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Vic. Straight through the skull of Tyke. As here comes the shot. Here comes the blades. And here comes the execute onto A site. Going to be an easy plant.
Spike planted.
What is the play for SOS here? They've got one more down. It's FR1 with the shot with the outlaw. Bucky Gaming, close range. Brixie has one. Can't get the longer one.
Enemy remaining.
And Aim-Hunter is stuck behind a corner. It's all up to Koji now. No, it's Roy, rather. EB takes him down with 3 men to spare.
Kind of interesting to see that they sent nobody towards A stairs. Instead, they just kept piling into that A heaven, A top, whatever you want to call it, one by one by one. And they continued to fall. At what point do you try to send somebody onto the flank? Because instead, all their movements ends up being anticipated. It makes it around for Fraggers to put themselves in the lead. And now they're 1 round away from putting themselves on a map point.
This is true. Oh, so close. But can they push just one more time to get themselves on the match point? That's going to be the question. SOS's defense has proved themselves to be quite hard to break. But the Fraggers have been able to get through a couple of times. And if they can get through a couple more, then they will be set on for map 3. The first couple kills going the way of SOS. As here comes the neural theft. Koji just keeps them falling around them. That's a triple kill for Koji. And an unfortunate use of the neural theft because he didn't even need it.
Yeah, but that's one of those things, right, is the neural theft is still the right play there. This is a very important round. Just because you happen to turn the corner and the last 2 players happen to be right in front of your face, like, yeah, you're happy about that. And yeah, you didn't necessarily get information from the neural theft. But had you turned the corner and they're not there, then all of a sudden you're trying to guess exactly where the last 2 players are. So while not necessarily big results, it's just kind of I guess the benefit of the doubt, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's huge advantage if you do, regular advantage if you don't. But we got round number 23 underway. Match point is on the helm for both of these teams, just 1 round away from map point. And it's SOS to start off with another advantage, but not for long. EB has the headshot onto Woy. The elevated position is not good enough.
Now Fraggers got to figure out where they want to go with this thing. Looking over towards C, as you do have 3 players entering in towards Mound. They do have the option to push through doors if they want. One way or another, that sound on a little notification you can anticipate is going to be popped with the fact that their neon is right on through. Result will come into play. That should help off this squad, you would think, and keep them at bay, but instead Vic is going to be able to find 2 along with Koji. It means it's all left to Tyke.
Here it is. 1 versus 3 with 13 seconds to go. Oh my goodness. Popping the overdrive right then and there. Good for one, but no more. It's map point and series point for SOS.
You like the call on the magic fingers? I'm not sure on that one. I understand the importance of that round, but if you drop the round, I would rather still have it going into the next. It's an unfortunate situation to be in. And now you mentioned for SOS, they are 1 round away from taking down the top dogs here at the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Let's see if they can do it.
I do want to revise my decision. I like the choice on any other round, not this one. Like in a regular 1v3, sure, but here, no way. Because now you don't have the overdrive, and SOS can just keep it coming, and you have no ultimate to fight them off with. If you had the magic fingers, you would be in such a better position. But now, SOS has a one-man advantage. They have an ult in their back pocket if they choose to use it. And it's looking so good for SOS. They've got to get a couple of kills here to keep themselves in it. And that they do! Braggers has 3. Koji! Double kill! EB looking for this plant. It's going to be a close swing.
Oh, no.
Play. Huge shot through the pillar. And SOS takes down the tournament leaders in 2 rounds. It went from 11 to 11 to 13-11 in the way that nobody, at least not here at the caster's desk, at least not at the analyst desk, expected. It's SOS taking down the absolute dynasty in 2 maps.
Yeah, I feel like if you would have asked anybody at the result of this win, if it was 2-0, everyone would have said Fraggers. You said it was a 2-1, you say, maybe SOS pulls it off, right? But I don't think anyone saw SOS coming out the way that they did. And SOS has officially put the rest of the tournament on notice. And the best part is SOS is going to get to sit by and watch as that other semifinal matchup plays out tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon.
That they will. Huge work. Nobody expected it. And you know what? It's been a bad day for me. I've been wrong so much. I said whoever wins the 10-10 Crux was going to win the map, and I was completely wrong, Q, and I couldn't be more happy about it.
Well, you know what? We had ourselves a banger of a matchup. Let's go ahead and listen in with JT, Peach, and Pico and see what they thought of the big upset.
Oh my gosh, your boy Q and Tucker, that was a fantastic cast and basically a fantastic game. Map number 2, I'm out of words. I was like jumping in.
Yeah,
I was stressing, honestly. I was stressing.
We were having a watch party here at the analyst desk.
We were all on the edge of the seat because it's being back and forth. It's like a tug of war between these 2 teams. And it almost seemed like Fraggers had an opportunity to come back because we were ahead. And somehow, some way on an eco round, they just got destroyed. And there you have it. That is going to be Team SOS moving on. And do you guys have any inputs going on when it happened in this series?
I think this game in general has broken everyone's expectations. Everyone expected Fraggers to be winning.
Yeah.
You know, as the caster said, when you hear 2-1 or 2-0, you'd think, oh yeah, Fraggers won, yeah. And then you're like, wait, SOS won? It's questionable, right? And Shuishi is back from his military service, and he's back strong.
It's like he never left.
It's like he never left.
Yeah.
I love that line, guys. It's like he never left.
Yeah.
It's like he's back home showing on what he has to offer. And then boy, oh boy, it's not only Shuichi, but everybody from Team SOS, they're just playing phenomenal.
They are.
Yeah, they were doing like really well.
Exactly. And to defeat the reigning champions of last year, he eliminated the favorites coming on to this tournament. And that is a big statement to watch for all the remaining players. There's only 3 teams, or 2 teams per se, in the other side of the bracket. And sadly enough, you know, when you think about that, oh boy, it's a tough match to play up against. But of course, nonetheless, no fraggers. Although they fall down from the bracket, there's still a third place decider, so they could still get something out of it.
Yeah,
That's true. It was an amazing game. From
I
both
think
teams.
a lot of people expected like Fraggers to win, or at least like came to 2-1 maybe. Yeah, they expected them to win as usual maybe, but
As I was saying from last game, I honestly believe that Shuichi brought like the strategic part of playing to SOS maybe. We look at the scoreboard here, as we can see, Shuichi and Koji were insane. So was Titaik. He was really
Titaik,
coming
yeah.
back. He was putting he was putting a
gave it
lot of
all
effort.
his energy.
Yeah, he
put
did.
his energy in.
I
He
mean,
gave it his energy in that comeback.
it's crazy. I have scoliosis. This guy has scoliosis now, man. He's been trying to carry everybody. But
Yeah, 28-18 is insane.
It is.
It just, especially the way that they lost, right? That final round where
That final round.
3 versus 1.
Yeah.
And then they all just got killed.
They all just got killed and then went to a 1v1 and we were just like, wow! Wow!
We were stressed, yeah.
We were so stressed here at the panel.
There's a lot of mixed emotions. I was even saying, he has the spike, he can go plant. What are
Yeah.
you doing? Why are you going to go for the duel 1v1? But
Yeah, that's true.
it's a lot of pressure when you're in that moment. You either go big or you go home, and sadly, they're going to the next day at the third
They're
place
going to the
decider.
next bracket.
Yeah.
They're not going home yet.
Not yet. But what a match, what a match. There's a lot of things that we can talk about, honestly, on how well they played. But overall, it just goes to show Team SOS from map number 1 to map number 2, they were the better team at the end of the day. And oh boy, can we expect to see them really prove themselves in the grand finals as they're waiting, rightfully.
So, who are we expecting for semifinals?
Yeah, so the other side, I believe it's Axe Mina waiting up
SOS?
against...
SOS.
No, SOS is already in grand final.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So the other side is Axe Mina and the other esports, the one with Mashuka.
Oh, yeah.
Bazi
Bazi Sports.
So
Yeah.
they are the ones that are remaining. Anyway, with that said, guys, we are again going to have a special guest. But first, let's go on to a quick break.
Hello, this is Steven. I'm calling from the bank. What's your first and last name as shown?
هذه مكالمة ممكن تسمع فيها كلام يطمنك. مبروك، ربحت جايزة. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية. نحتاج تحديث بياناتك. طرشنا لك رابط لدفع الفاتورة. هذا إجراء أمني ضروري نتحقق من بياناتك الشخصية. في مشكلة في حسابك البنكي. عطنا رقم بطاقتك البنكية عشان نساعدك. بس الحقيقة هذه مو بمكالمة عادية، هذه عملية احتيال. اتأكد من المكالمة والرسائل والرابط. لا تشارك بياناتك وبلغ عن أي محاولة احتيال. كن واعي واحمي نفسك.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة. واضح أن الجهة مجهولة، وواضح بعد أن المرسل محتال ينتظر منك ضغطة واحدة على الرابط. بمجرد ما تفتح الرابط كأنك فتحت خزانة أسرارك، صورك، محادثاتك، حساباتك البنكية، وكل شيء يخصك بيصير في يد المحتال. خلك واعي ولا تفتح أي رابط قبل ما تتأكد أن الجهة المرسلة موثوقة، دائرة حكومية، مؤسسة أو شركة تعرفها وتتعامل معها. وعيك أمانك. هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمان.
11 a.m.
We are back with our special guest here, Koji. Actually, we're not here to interview you, Koji. We're actually here for you to sing a song for us.
Sing a song? No.
To
We're just kidding. We're just kidding.
We're still going to
Thank
interview you. Maybe you will, but I don't know. But the main question is here, Koji, how do you feel right now defeating the reigning champions for
Yes.
Dubai Police Esports? How does that feel?
It feels great, honestly, to defeat friend, teammates, ex-teammates, and brothers. After all, we managed to win after a hard Lotus game.
Yep.
And it's honestly the best feeling ever.
How did you guys feel in that last round?
I felt pressured, honestly, because last round, if we won, we'll win the game. It was a 1v3, and all of them were low, and it was quite easy but pressured, you know.
Yeah. It's very
because the round
stressful
was
to be in
crucial.
that situation. But did you guys expect to win?
Yes.
Actually, did you guys practice or watch any VODs from Fraggers or anything?
We
Nothing?
are all friends. We managed to say we watched the ad and say why not? Why not participate?
What
in
was the main
tournament?
strategy, or what was your focus on the game?
The main strategy was in the beginning is to play aggressive.
Yeah.
And then mid to the end game, we managed to play slow and fake the aggression on each side.
So you played aggressively, and then they expected you to play aggressively, and then you just gave them some quiet.
Yes.
And that make them feel unsafe.
They were like,
Yes.
psych.
Yeah.
Mind games, you know,
Yes.
mind games in general. That's the beauty of Valorant. You can really have a big scope of strategies, but the best one is giving mind games.
Yes, that's very true.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and I would like to ask you a question. Since I was surprised, Akai just recently came back, or Shuichi is now he calls him Shuichi.
Yes.
What does it feel like playing with Shuichi in general? Because you both actually were playing out like amazing.
Yeah, me and Akai, we used to be teammates in Falcons, and it's the best feeling to play with a duo that you used to play with. An ex-teammate, a brother, a friend, everything that we managed to clutch many rounds, and we clutched the win also.
Do you have a message for tomorrow?
Yeah.
A message for tomorrow is that we will win
You will win?
fast and easy.
Wow.
Wow. Big talk, big talk.
Full confidence. You can tell why. That's a big statement. They are in the grand finals as of the moment, so they're waiting for their opponents who will be either, who is it? Axmina or Baz Esports,
Yes.
right? So it's only these two teams remaining up against you, and so far their performance has been phenomenal. I cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow. I wish you guys all the best.
Yes, I can't wait for tomorrow also.
Yeah, it's gonna be the hypest moment of our lives here for them to be able to grab, who knows, a championship in the 5th edition. Now that we are gonna close things off, do you guys want to say anything?
Just luck in and good luck.
I think I'm expecting popcorn tomorrow here at the desk, and we're just gonna be like,
yeah,
yes,
dressing the way we were.
We were watching, you were like, Koji, no,
it was so intense, but it was so fun to watch.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I want to say thank you to chat for being here. They've been very active today.
Supportive.
Yeah, very supportive. So hi chat. Thank you
Hello.
for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream.
W chat, W production, W everybody. And don't forget, we do have the QR. If you scan that out with your phone over there, yes. To raise awareness, guys. eHub for cybercrime and anything of the sorts. You can get a lot of information there that will help you. You can also report cybercrime if ever you are a victim of it.
Yes, you guys always be careful on the internet. It's a very scary place.
Yeah, raise some more awareness at ecrimehub.gov.ae.
Yes, correct.
Or scan the QR code.
Or that. That's easier.
I mean, take a look. There are a few videos, as I said before. Educate yourself if you're new to the security area of gaming.
Yep.
That's all.
And, you know, we gotta let him go rest as well. So we are gonna end today's stream. Don't forget, guys, we are live here tomorrow at 11 in the morning, 11:00 a.m. DXB time. And I cannot wait to see how things will go and how the story will unfold. We'll see you guys then.
Good night, chat.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
هي فعلا فرصة ذهبية، بس مو بلك، للمحتال. يغريك بالسعر القليل والمبلغ البسيط فقط لتأكيد الحجز. إذا دفعت بتنتهي مهمة المحتال وبتبدأ مشكلتك أنت.
الرقم المطلوب غير صحيح.
طبعا ما في رد وما في شاليه وما في أصلا شركة عقارات بهذا الاسم. لا تنخدع في إعلانات العقارات الوهمية ولا تدفع أي مبلغ إلا لجهة موثوقة. وعيك أمانة.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
That looked painful. My ultimate. No charges left.
Give me one enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down. Last player standing. Just die. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Bring me the arsenal! One enemy remaining. Omen kill. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. I'll find you. One enemy remaining. Down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 30 seconds left.